Chapter 471. Yujing Mountain was managed by Lin Feng like an iron bucket. No water could get in. Any magical power that came in contact with the cyclic, purple qi around the mountain would alarm Lin Feng. After Lin Feng carefully sensed it, he found that someone from the outside world was trying to contact Jun Xiening with the voice transmission crystal. As far as Lin Feng knew, the voice transmission crystal in the little girl's hand could only be used to contact one person. It was neither her family nor the people from Zixiao Path, but her close friend Luo Qingwu. This made Lin Feng a little curious. He didn't expect that Luo Qingwu, who had lost contact with him for half a year, would actually contact Jun Xiening at this time. Lin Feng left a trace of magical power in Luo Qingwu's heavenly spirit pearl, which allowed him to roughly grasp Luo Qingwu's physical condition. The feedback was not very optimistic. The little girl's heavenly spirit pearl did not improve and was still on the verge of shattering. Lin Feng could feel that there was an external force intervening, hoping to repair the heavenly spirit pearl, but in the end, it was to no avail. Luo Qingwu had completely stopped her cultivation during this period of time. She did not breathe in and out the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into her body, relying on the power of Lin Feng's bipolar divine flower petals. She barely ensured that the heavenly spirit pearl would not shatter. However, if the problem could not be solved, Luo Qingwu could not continue to cultivate. The situation was in a stalemate. Otherwise, she could allow the heavenly accumulating dark spirit pearl to be completely shattered. In that case, she could continue to cultivate, but Luo Qingwu's outstanding innate talent would be ruined. Her 9 points of bone potential fell to only 5 points. It was not that bad. After all, her other points were very good. Even if the heavenly spirit pearl was shattered, the total value of her 4 potential talents was still 26 points. However, others did not have a talent detector like Lin Feng, so they could not judge a person's potential so directly. In their eyes, Luo Qingwu, who had lost the heaven-accumulating dark soul pearl, was undoubtedly ordinary. Her future achievements would be limited, and she would no longer be the favored one. Therefore, whether it was Lin Feng, Luo Qi, or Jun Xiening, none of them were optimistic that Luo Qingwu would still be treated as well as before when she returned to the Luo family. As long as Luo Qingwu was willing, she would be able to contact Lin Feng through the magic power that Lin Feng had left behind. This was also the foreshadowing that Lin Feng had deliberately left behind. But who knew that the little guy had gone back for half a year, and there was no news of him at all? No one obstructed her, and no one tampered with the mana left by Lin Feng. Not contacting Lin Feng was entirely the little lowly's own intention. This made Lin Feng feel strange, but he was just curious. If the little lowly continued to live a carefree life, it would not be a bad thing. After all, she was just a little girl who was less than 10 years old. Being doted on by her family, it would be warmer and happier. As Lin Feng thought about it, he allowed the voice transmission to connect. Sister Xiening. Hearing Luo Qingwu's voice, he confirmed that it was the little lowly who transmitted her voice, and not someone else. After receiving the voice transmission crystal, Lin Feng cut off his own mana. He did not intend to listen to the private conversation between the little girls. But even though he did not intend to listen, someone took the initiative to tell him. Looking at Jun Xiening's confused face in front of him, Lin Feng had an ominous intuition. What is it? Jun Xiening's pair of delicate willow leaf-arched eyebrows were completely wrinkled and twisted into a knot. Facing Lin Feng, she said hesitantly, Junior has something to tell you, but I don't know how to say it. Thinking of Luo Qingwu's Dharma Power voice transmission, just now, Lin Feng looked at Jun Xiening, who was so confused that she wanted to die, and felt slightly frightened. He said as if nothing had happened, What's the matter? Just say it. Jun Zining said hesitantly. That, Qingwu contacted me. She carefully raised her head and glanced at Lin Feng, asking probingly, Senior, Qingwu, do you still remember? She was with me in Kunlun Mountain, wearing red clothes. Nonsense, how can I not remember? Lin Feng curled his lips in his heart, but on the surface, he looked calm. Her name is Luo Qingwu, right? I have an impression of her. Jun Zining nodded repeatedly. Yes, that's right. It's her. Well, she just contacted me. Lin Feng looked at her, silently, waiting for her to continue. Since she had already started, Jun Zining simply let go of all her scruples and asked boldly, Senior, I remember I once asked you if Xiao Wu's Heavenine spirit pearl had a chance to recover. At that time, you said it would depend on her luck. At that time, it was still too early to say. I don't know now. Lin Feng understood in his heart. As expected, my feeling was not wrong. Her Heavenine spirit pearl has indeed not recovered. He nodded slightly. Yes, I did say that. Now, I have a certain degree of confidence in repairing her Heavenine spirit pearl. Jun Zining's face suddenly showed surprise, but after the surprise, her expression became even more confused. The ups and downs in her expression made Lin Feng feel a little puzzled. What happened? Speak clearly. Although Lin Feng's tone was calm, his temperament was now more and more profound. To the people around him, he was more and more dignified. Jun Zining swallowed her saliva as if her tongue was half short. She hesitantly explained the contact between Luo Qingwu and herself. As Lin Feng listened, his eyes gradually began to stare blankly, and he felt more and more dumbfounded. If one word must be used to highly condense Lin Feng's mood at the moment, then two words were the most suitable. Pain in the ass. It was so painful that it was about to break. Lin Feng now finally understood why Jun Zining was so confused. He was even more confused than Jun Zining at the moment. His Luo Qis and Jun Zining's premonition was not bad. After Luo Qingwu, whose heavenly accumulating dark spirit pearl was on the verge of shattering, returned to the Luo clan in the ancient Yuan-Tian world, she did not even have the time to enjoy the love and warmth of her family when she was quickly doused with a basin of cold water. After using all kinds of methods to repair the damage of the Heavenine spirit pearl, Luo Qingwu's status in the Luo clan plummeted. Except for a few close relatives who loved and pitied her even more, in other aspects, she had completely fallen from the clouds to the bottom of the valley. What was especially hard for Luo Qingwu to accept was that the few treasures that she had cherished the most since she was young were also going to be taken back. Those were originally the protective treasures and treasures that were given to her by her clan to aid in cultivation. Now that Luo Qingwu's talent was wasted, the Luo clan decided to take them back. But for Luo Qingwu, those were treasures that had accompanied her since she could remember. In her heart, the significance of those treasures was not as simple as a few cultivation treasures. This made the little lowly quite sad and bitterly disappointed. At this time, the foreshadowing that Lin Feng had planted should have come into effect, but something unexpected happened. Looking at the deeply hurt Luo Qingwu, Luo Qi could not bear to see her like this, so he mentioned Lin Feng to the other masters of the clan, saying that Lin Feng cared for Luo Qingwu very much, and that the little lowly was very congenial with him. Luo Qi was actually a little guilty when he said this. He did not know that Lin Feng had planted magical power in Luo Qingwu's body, and it was even more impossible for him to guess Lin Feng's thoughts. He only said this to prevent Luo Qingwu's status in the clan from falling too badly. But as a result, the other Yuanying patriarchs of the Luo clan began to have other thoughts. After losing the Heavenine soul pearl, Luo Qingwu's genius halo was gradually disappearing. In the future, she was very likely to be used as a bargaining chip for the clan's marriage alliance. If what Luo Qi said was true, that Luo Qingwu and Lin Feng were congenial, then why not just send Luo Qingwu to Lin Feng and see if she could become his disciple? Lin Feng knew that Luo Qingwu's Heavenine soul pearl was broken. Under such circumstances, Luo Qingwu was still congenial to him. Perhaps the Luo clan could use this to turn a waste into a treasure, and use a female junior with a limited future to establish a relationship with the rising sun of Xianmen Tianzong after the Battle of Mount Kunlun. The news of the destruction of the Wind God sect and the suppression of the Golden Crow Sage by Lin Feng spread throughout the world. Xianmen Tianzong had officially stepped onto the broad stage of the Divine Land. He had become a new generation of powerhouses that many factions looked up to. Even the primordial soul realm patriarchs of the Luo clan had tacitly agreed to the suggestion of the other clan members after receiving the news. If Luo Qingwu's heaven accumulating dark spirit pearl was not broken and she had a bright future, then the Luo family might have to think about it. But now that Luo Qingwu, who had faded into the crowd, could establish a relationship with the celestial sect of the Xianmen sect, which was in the limelight in the vast land of the Divine Land. If this investment was successful, it would be totally worth it. Luo Qi also remained silent on this matter. He only hoped that Lin Feng did not do it on a whim, but that he really loved and valued Luo Qingwu and was willing to accept her as a disciple. This might be a blessing in disguise for Luo Qingwu. In particular, Luo Qi also vaguely felt that Lin Feng might have a way to repair Luo Qingwu's Heaven-in soul pearl. If this matter ended here, then everything would still be quite good, and Lin Feng could still get what he wanted. However, the Luo clan ignored the opinion of one person, the little lowly herself. Originally, the foreshadowing that Lin Feng had laid down was about to take effect. The depressed Luo Qingwu already had the idea of contacting Lin Feng. It was not that she wanted to leave her clan, but she just wanted to temporarily leave this suddenly unfamiliar and cold environment. She wanted to find someone to pour out her troubles to. However, at this time, she found out that the elders of her clan wanted to gift her to Lin Feng as a gift to form a good relationship with Xianmen Tianzong. Although everyone put on a look of good for her, saying that it was a blessing in disguise, Luo Qingwu only felt cold all over. Even the last trace of warmth in her heart was about to disappear. Incidentally, even the impression of Lin Feng and Xianmen Tianzong in her heart took a turn for the worse. The little lowly immediately threw a tantrum. She didn't say a word all day long, and she didn't even want to eat. She was unwilling to go to Xianmen Tianzong, no matter what. The Luo clan was very troubled by this. After all, they sent Luo Qingwu to Xianmen Tianzong to be apprenticed to a master and to interact with people on a daily basis. They did not really want to send a mindless, lifeless commodity. The little lowly could not do her job well. If she was sent to Yujing Mountain, she would only be rude and offend people. The Luo clan wanted to establish a good relationship with Xianmen Tianzong, not to cause trouble between the two parties. Therefore, things came to a deadlock. As time dragged on, many of the Luo clan lost their patience. The elders were still fine, but there were more and more rumors among the younger generation. The words became more and more unpleasant, and Luo Qingwu's situation became worse and worse. The little lowly became more and more bitter, so she threw a tantrum. As for the contact information that Lin Feng left for her, it was completely useless. After understanding the whole story, Lin Feng didn't know whether to cry or laugh. Damn, she looks so obedient, but she's actually a naughty child. As for the people of the Luo clan, Lin Feng wanted to kill them at this moment. As the old saying goes, don't be afraid of a godlike opponent, but be afraid of a pig-like teammate. Forcefully suppressing his pounding and aching temples, Lin Feng's mouth twitched slightly as he looked at Jun Zining. What's the situation now? Chapter 472. For Lin Feng, he had never been afraid of a godlike opponent. It was not a big deal to lose if he was not as strong. What he was most afraid of was a pig-like teammate. It was definitely a pain in the ass to lose because of a pig-like teammate when he was clearly better than the opponent. Lin Feng was having a headache about Luo Qingwu's situation at this time. However, on the surface, he still maintained his calm and looked at Jun Xiening indifferently. What is the specific situation now? Jun Xiening lowered her head and replied softly. Xiao Wu was placed in a courtyard of the Luo family, accompanied by her mother. A while ago, the Luo family and the Yang family clashed again. This time, the battle was very fierce, and there were casualties on both sides. During the conflict, the courtyard where Qingwu lived was broken into. Lin Feng's expression did not change. She fell into the hands of the Yang family? Not really. Jun Xiening shook her head and said with some difficulty, but taking advantage of the chaos, she ran out of the courtyard by herself. At that time, there were people from the great Zhou dynasty coming to the ancient Yuan-Tian world. Xiao Wu sneaked into their carriage and came to the divine land. For a moment, Lin Feng felt his temples throbbing with pain. The 7 major families of the ancient Yuan-Tian world represented the interests of several major forces in the divine land, and the Luo family was backed by the great Zhou dynasty. Lin Feng knew about this a long time ago, but he did not expect that Luo Qingwu would sneak into the divine land. The people sent by the great Zhou dynasty to the ancient Yuan-Tian world, regardless of the cultivation of the person in charge, must be smart and capable. It was impossible for him not to notice that a little girl had sneaked into the team. However, he still allowed Luo Qingwu to follow him back to the divine land. It was really hard to predict what he was planning. Perhaps he had already found out about the little girl's identity, but did not know that her heaven-in spirit pearl was on the verge of breaking. So he thought she was a rare commodity. This added some trouble to Lin Feng. Unfortunately, because the Luo clan's help was counterproductive, it was not convenient for Lin Feng to look for the little lowly. At least, he could not go before the little lowly's mind came around. Otherwise, even if he brought her back to the mountain, it would only be counterproductive. He wanted to accept a disciple, not kidnap her. That's why I said that naughty kids are really a headache. Lin Feng smiled bitterly in his heart. At this time, I need someone to enlighten her and stop her from being stubborn. It's a pity that I can't do it. No one in Xianmen Tianzong can accept. Lin Feng's gaze fell on Jun Xiening in front of him. Jun Xiening was looking at him uneasily. In the end, she was just a 12-year-old girl. Lin Feng said calmly, I have some confidence in repairing her divine dark bead. If she is willing, she can come to Yujing Mountain. A happy smile appeared on Jun Xiening's face, and she nodded repeatedly. Thank you, Senior. Thank you, Senior. She felt a faint sense of uneasiness in her heart just now. She felt that she was too rash and told Lin Feng about Luo Qingwu throwing a tantrum. She was afraid that Lin Feng would be unhappy because of it, but now it seemed that Lin Feng did not mind. This made Jun Xiening let out a long sigh of relief. Fortunately, Senior Lin is a magnanimous person. Otherwise, I would have harmed Xiao Wu instead. But then, Jun Xiening began to worry again. Lin Feng would not lower himself to a child's level, but if Luo Qingwu wanted to repair her heaven-in spirit pearl, she would definitely have to go up the mountain to seek medical help. It was impossible for Lin Feng to go up the mountain to look for her. Jun Xiening's little face became tangled again. She could tell from the magical power transmission with Luo Qingwu that Luo Qingwu was still confused. How could she take the initiative to go up the mountain to seek medical help in such a situation, thinking that her little sister was injured and had the Heavenine spirit pearl broken because she accompanied her out to relax. June Xening felt quite uncomfortable. After thinking about it, she said to Lin Feng, "Senior, I want to find Xiao Wu and bring her up the mountain. Please allow me." She made up her mind to find Luo Qingwu and enlighten her first. She would say more good things about Lin Feng, so that she would at least be willing to go up the mountain to seek medical help. June Xening felt that she had to be fast. If it dragged on for too long, Lin Feng would change his mind, and it would be too late to cry. Lin Feng said in his heart, "It's naturally for the best that you are willing to take the initiative to bring it up." He nodded indifferently and said indifferently, "It's okay, you can go on your own." Looking at June Xening, Lin Feng calmly pointed to Burning Heaven Cliff, where Xiao Yan lived in the distance. "Go there to find my eldest disciple Xiao Yan and borrow the black cloud flag from him. The Great Zhou dynasty is more than 10,000 miles away from Kunlun Mountain. The black cloud flag can help you travel for such a long distance. Only the power of the Yuanying stage could break through space and escape. If they walked slowly, who knew how long it would take? If it was Xianmen Tianzong's own disciple, Lin Feng would directly send Kue Niuking or Jieyu to escort her. However, June Xening had not entered the sect at the moment and was only living as a guest. It would be a bit too much to ask a demon king like Jieyu to escort her. If it was a Yuanying stage magic weapon, June Xening had not built her foundation yet, so she really could not activate it. Only the golden elixir period black cloud flag that could move through the void was suitable for her. June Xening was overjoyed and bowed. "Thank you, Senior." She immediately went to Burning Heaven Cliff to ask Lin Feng for the treasure. Lin Feng watched June Xening leave and said in his heart, "Don't rush. I hope you won't disappoint me." After sending the little girl away, Lin Feng pondered for a moment and called Dao Jiqiang. The middle-aged man came to Lin Feng and bowed respectfully. "Greetings, sect master." Lin Feng looked at Dao Jiqiang and could not help but smile. To be fair, Dao Jiqiang's cultivation talent was mediocre. Under normal circumstances, if he could advance to the golden elixir period and form a yellow core, that would be his limit, even in a holy place for cultivation like Mount Yujing, and with Lin Feng's help, the hope of him forming a Yuanying stage in this lifetime was infinitely close to zero. However, his ability to handle daily affairs was absolutely worthy of recognition. He was careful, smart, and capable. As an outer sect steward, he was definitely making the best use of his abilities. Before Dao Jiqiang came up the mountain, Xianmen Tianzong's daily chores were basically shared by Kang Nanhua and Zhu Yi with Dao Jiqiang. The two of them were liberated, and Dao Jiqiang did a very good job. All kinds of trivial matters were handled in an orderly manner, and he was conscientious. This person was also very perceptive. He tried his best to carry out the tasks that were given to him perfectly. He did not say or ask too many questions about other things, and he kept his ears and mouth shut. Lin Feng looked at Dao Jiqiang and slowly said, "Today, I will let Tianqi's sect Song Qingyuan go down the mountain." Dao Jiqiang did not say anything. He stood respectfully in front of Lin Feng, silently listening to Lin Feng. Lin Feng said, lightly, "You don't have to worry about your daughter. When Song Qingyuan returns this time, he will not make things difficult for your daughter without confidence. Instead, he will treat her well." Dao Jiqiang heaved a sigh of relief and bowed again. "Thank you, sect master. I am very grateful." Lin Feng nodded and released his mana, sending Dao Jiqiang away. Purple Qi surged and brought Song Qingyuan before him. For the past few days, Song Qingyuan had been under house arrest on Yujing Mountain. His movements were restricted to a stone chamber. However, he was also very perceptive and did not dare to act rashly. He patiently waited for Lin Feng's punishment. Although there were times when he was anxious and uneasy, he was generally calm. Usually, he cultivated alone in the stone chamber on Yujing Mountain and tried to figure out Taoist techniques. The disciples of Xianmen Tianzong are really lucky. The spirit qi on Yujing Mountain is so abundant, not to mention my Tianqi sect's mountain gate. Even the sacred ground deep in the mountain gate's cave abode might not be comparable. If it was not for the fact that he was almost a prisoner, Song Qingyuan would have stayed on the mountain and not left. Now that he saw Lin Feng again, even with Song Qingyuan's state of mind, he could not help but feel a little uneasy. He bowed and said, "Junior Song Qingyuan greets the master of Xianmen Gate. Senior, may you be safe." Lin Feng asked lightly, "How have you been these days?" "It's my luck to be able to cultivate in seclusion in Senior's mountain gate." Song Qingyuan paused and still said frankly, "It's just that in order to avoid the worries of the elders in the sect, I still hope to return to the northern snow mountain and Tianqi Lake. I hope Senior can allow it." A faint smile appeared at the corner of Lin Feng's mouth. "That's naturally not a problem. Send my regards to your master." After saying that, he directly sent Song Qingyuan down the mountain with his supernatural power. Looking at the scene that suddenly changed in front of him, looking at the vast Kunlun mountain, Song Qingyuan was slightly stunned. Then he took a deep breath and raised his head to look at the void. He remembered that he had accidentally seen Dao Jiqiang from afar. The other party seemed to be moving freely on the mountain. Maybe Song Qingyuan slightly narrowed his eyes. "I should go back and report to Master as soon as possible." Lin Feng sat on the mountain, his gaze piercing through the void and looking at Song Qingyuan's back. He could not help but smile. Naturally, he could not let Dao Jiqiang specially run to Song Qingyuan to show his face. That would be too obvious. It was good as it was now. People always liked to treat the scene that they accidentally encountered with their own eyes as reality. After dealing with Song Qingyuan and Dao Jiqiang, Jun Zining also asked for the black cloud flag from Xiaoyan and came to bid farewell to Lin Feng. She was also sent down the mountain by Lin Feng to the great Zhou dynasty to look for Luo Qinggu. Now let's begin. Lin Feng's consciousness entered the lottery system. He did not even look at the dice lottery system and the roulette lottery system. He directly entered the lottery system. The items to be drawn in the dice lottery system and the roulette lottery system were specific and were selected by the system. However, the lottery system was different. Before drawing a lot, one could first choose an item they wanted in the exchange system, then choose an item from their current items and give it to the system as a chip. Finally, they would draw a lot. Drawing a red lot was a special prize. They could directly get the item they chose in the exchange system. It was equivalent to using a chip to exchange for the item, even if the original price of the item was tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of exchange points. From the Desolate Sea Assembly to the Battle of Kunlun Mountain destroying the Wind God sect, then to the Kuanpeng's treasury and the great harvest of the Cloud Forest world, Lin Feng had already accumulated enough chips just for this day. If he's going to play this time, then he's going to play big. Lin Feng opened the exchange system page. He did not look at the items in front and directly scrolled to the bottom of the menu. He stared at the last few items on the list and chuckled. What dice, what roulette, go to the side. This brother will use enough lottery chances and enough chips to forcefully smash a few good things. Chapter 473. The last few items in the exchange system could be exchanged for in the tens of thousands of points. These few items had never appeared randomly in the dice and roulette systems before, which made Lin Feng suspect that once they exceeded 10,000 points, they might not be able to be drawn through the dice and roulette lottery systems. In terms of points, the most expensive item that the two lottery systems had produced so far was the Heaven Spirit Replenishing Pill, which was worth 8,000 points. The exception was the sect construction token, which could not be found in the exchange system and could not be valued. So Lin Feng had been accumulating many lottery chances and enough chips. Using the lottery system, he used the method of a red lot special prize item to exchange for what he wanted. The first to bear the brunt was the 33 Days Fortune Immortal Pill. This was a system-specific item that did not exist in the Great Heaven primordial world. Its effect was to be consumed by cultivators below the primordial soul stage and could directly advance by a small realm. Even if one advanced from the middle stage of yuaning to the late stage of yuaning, it could be done in one go, and there were no side effects. Its effects were heaven-defying. If a late-stage yuaning, golden elixir, or foundation establishment cultivator consumed it, it could increase the chances of breaking through a major realm. This pill could only be consumed once in a person's lifetime, and it would be ineffective the second time. From the first time this pill appeared in the exchange system, Lin Feng had his eyes on it. However, it was obvious that the best time to consume this pill was during the yuaning period, which could maximize its value. Therefore, Lin Feng had been holding back. Of course, another reason why he didn't make a move is that the exchange price of this thing is just too high. The most expensive pill in the exchange system currently costs several tens of thousands of points. All of the points that Lin Feng has ever obtained in his life are not enough. However, it was different this time. Lin Feng directly used the lottery system's method of gambling for the red lot to get this thing. Lin Feng had obtained half of the ancient Kuan Peng's body. Tens of thousands of years ago, countless cultivators and demons had died in the belly of the Kuan Peng. Therefore, there were many good things left in the belly of the Kuan Peng. The Virokana that Zhu Yi had found and the stone sword that Shi Tianhao had obtained were just two of them. This time, Lin Feng directly threw a fairly good yuaning magic weapon. The lottery system appeared, and there were 30 sticks on top of it. 3 red sticks. Lin Feng frowned slightly. There were a maximum of 6 red sticks, which meant that there was a 20% chance of success. There were only 3 red sticks, which meant that the system had judged that Lin Feng had not put enough chips. In addition to the 3 red lots, there were 10 long white lots that randomly drew items. There were 12 long white lots that returned the mortgage chips and wasted a lucky draw chance. There were 5 short white lots that returned empty-handed. After the lottery began, 30 sticks fell into the lottery pot and spun rapidly in the pot. After a while, they stopped, and all the sticks were placed in the pot silently. The exposed parts of the sticks were exactly the same. There was no difference in appearance. Lin Feng did not waste any time. He directly used his luck and randomly picked one. After the stick floated out of the pot, a smile immediately appeared on Lin Feng's face. It was red. Haha, good luck. Lin Feng smiled. His luck today was really not bad. The first round, and his wish came true. Moreover, it was a 10% chance that he got it. The 33 Days Fortune Immortal Pill that the system had paid for appeared in front of Lin Feng. Just as Lin Feng was about to grab the pill actually trembled slightly as if it wanted to fly out. Lin Feng smiled and used his dermic powers to hold the pill. As expected, it is the same as the Heaven Spirit Replenishing Pill. High-grade pills can condense their own pill spirit. The 33 Days Fortune Immortal Pill spirituality is also better than the Heaven Spirit Replenishing Pills. The 33 Days Fortune Immortal Pill was not big. It was only the size of a person's thumb. Its shape was not smooth and round, and it did not even look like a solid object. Instead, it was formed by the gathering of a constantly rolling cloud. But Lin Feng didn't even need to use his own divine sense and magic power to explore. He could feel that within that seemingly small cloud, there seemed to be an infinitely vast space condensed here, like an immortal palace in heaven, the 33 heavens. Lin Feng felt it and realized that the 33 Days Fortune Immortal Pill was a projection of the laws of many great Taoists of heaven and earth, forming the effect of multiple layers of space. If a cultivator consumed it, although they would not be able to directly comprehend the laws of the great Taoists, they would be able to get a glimpse of them. It would be very beneficial for their future cultivation. The 33 Days Fortune Immortal Pill could no longer be defined as a simple pill. To be precise, it was a condensed projection of the laws of heaven and earth, using the pill as a vessel. Consuming this pill would not only increase a cultivator's realm, but it would also be beneficial for their future cultivation. Consuming it once would benefit them for the rest of their lives. Lin Feng pinched the pill, pondering in his heart, a nascent soul stage magic item in exchange for such a good item. It's simply a huge profit. Just that I don't know if the Heavenly Gold Pavilion can derive the complete pill formula or not. The 33 Days Fortune Immortal Pill was so special. Even if the pill formula was derived, it would be quite difficult to refine it. Even so, Lin Feng was extremely happy. This pill could be said to be the sex cornerstone. If it could be mass-produced, it would definitely make Xianmen Tianzong's strength improve by leaps and bounds. Lin Feng put the pill away with a smile, then continued to draw the lottery. With the 33 Days Fortune Immortal Pill as a base, Lin Feng's mentality was much more relaxed. It was as if he was sweeping up the goods during a sale. He specifically stared at the last few items in the exchange system, the ones with the highest value and the most expensive exchange price. There were successes and failures in the lottery. Some were like the 33 Days Fortune Immortal Pill, which resulted in a red lot. There were also times when he drew a white lot and his chips were returned, wasting a lottery chance. There was even one time when he was unlucky and drew a short white lot. Not only did he not get what he wanted, he even lost the chips he had mortgaged. However, Lin Feng's wealth was too great this time. Even the system had to admit defeat. The Heavenly Soul Cloudy Stone was the fourth last item in the exchange system's list of items. It required 18,000 points to exchange. Its appearance was a pure, white stone with elegant cloud patterns on its surface. It was overflowing with spiritual energy. It was the most famous top refining material in the entire Tianyuan world. Its value could not even be described as being worth a city. It was completely priceless. There were very few solid stones, but they were born in the clouds in the sky. Moreover, there was no pattern to its condensation. However, its effects were extremely heaven-defying. It naturally contained the secrets of space and had the effect of recovering one's vitality. As long as a little bit of it was added into the ritual implement, the ritual implement would have the effect of traversing through space and traversing the void. Moreover, if the magic tool was damaged, it could absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth on its own to slowly repair the damage. For cultivators who had formed Yuanying stage or possessed Yuanying stage magic tools, it did not seem to have much effect. However, for cultivators with lower cultivation, it was definitely a rare treasure. For cultivators whose cultivation was below the Yuanying stage, adding a little Heavenly Soul Cloudy Stone when refining the magic tool could also allow them to understand the mystery of space in advance and increase their chances of forming a nascent soul. Unlike the teachings of a master, this was something that they could comprehend on their own and truly understand the true meaning. If this kind of spiritual stone appeared in the world, it would definitely cause all the major forces to fight for it. Just a little bit of Heavenly Soul Cloudy Stone could be used. The Heavenly Soul Cloudy Stone that Lin Feng had drawn from the lottery could be divided into thousands of pieces without a problem. Other than the Heavenly Soul Cloudy Stone, there was also the Tranquil Jade. This was the second last item on the list of items. Its price was much more expensive than the 33 Days Fortune Immortal Pill, which was the third last item. It cost a total of 50,000 exchange points. On the surface, the tranquil jade was inconspicuous. It was just a small emerald jade pendant. However, this precious jade could trigger a fragrance called the tranquil fragrance, which would allow cultivators to enter the mysterious state of thoughtless tranquil. The world had just begun, and chaos had just begun. A mother giving birth to a baby was most suitable for this state of chaos. When a person was still a baby, their mind would be empty, and they would be half awake. This was the cultivation state that every cultivator dreamed of. The mind would be in chaos, and it was most suitable for the primordial true meaning of the great Tao. This state was known as thoughtless tranquil. When cultivating in this state, the effects would be countless times better than at any other time. Lin Feng himself had only had a few such cultivation experiences under extremely coincidental circumstances. His research into dermic Tao had indeed improved by leaps and bounds. However, it was impossible for him to enter the state again after that. It was as if the sudden inspiration in his mind could only be obtained by chance and could not be forced. Most cultivators in this world would never enter the ultimate cultivation state of thoughtless tranquil their entire lives. Of course, once one entered the state, one had to be able to exit it at any time. Otherwise, remaining in a daze would be equivalent to death. The tranquil fragrance triggered by the tranquil jade could allow cultivators to enter this cultivation state at any time. Although there were restrictions on the duration of its activation and the area that the fragrance could cover, it was still extremely valuable. After all, the thoughtless tranquil realm was something that even first-tier primordial soul realm cultivators could only come across by chance. Second-tier primordial soul realm cultivators could enter the state at will, but they could not succeed every time. Only third-tier primordial soul realm cultivators or Tao integration mighty figures could enter the state at any time. The tranquil jade was a treasure that was even better than the 33 Heavens Fortune Immortal Pill. It was a foundational treasure of the sect, and it could allow Lin Feng and his disciples to experience a qualitative leap in strength. The tranquil jade, the 33 Heavens Fortune Immortal Pill, and the heavenly soul cloudy stone. Other than these three designated treasures that had been obtained with red lots, Lin Feng had also drawn a long white lot that gave him random items. Within the random items, there are trash items that are not of high value, but there are also treasures that Lin Feng is satisfied with. For example, there is a sect construction token. For example, there is a spirit grass called the Spirit Spring Marrow Cleansing Grass. It is the main raw material of the precious marrow cleansing pill. However, at this moment, Lin Feng's full attention was placed on the last item on the exchange system's list of items. He still had 2 lucky draw chances left. He had already used 2 lucky draw chances previously with the goal of obtaining this final treasure. However, he had failed both times. However, Lin Feng did not plan on giving up. He was determined to obtain this item, not for anything else, but just for the price of this item. He had to fight for it. The system had fully proven that you get what you pay for, and it was worth every penny. And the exchange price of this final treasure was 300,000 points. Chapter 474, including the Tranquil Jade, the 33 Days Fortune Immortal Pill, and the Heavenly Soul Cloudy Stone. The exchange price of 300,000 points was almost equal to the total price of all the items in the exchange system. However, what made people speechless was that the item's name was a string of question marks, and the item description was blank. Apart from the price, Lin Feng could only see an image. The image was gray and blurry, and nothing could be seen clearly. However, there was a voice in Lin Feng's heart that told him that it was a huge bell. It was a huge bell. There was no reason and no basis. But when Lin Feng looked at the image, his intuition told him that the thing hidden behind the chaos was a huge bell. The value of this item was not only reflected in its high exchange price of 300,000 points, but also reflected in the fact that after Lin Feng had designated this item as his target through the lottery system, he had provided chips, and the lots were formed. However, there was only one red lot. The lowest probability of getting a red lot was only 1. In other words, the success rate was less than 4%. In the previous 2 draws, Lin Feng had used a very high-quality yuanying magic item for the first time. As a result, there was 1 red lot, 6 long white lots, 9 white lots, and 14 short white lots, which meant that he had lost everything. This kind of situation means that the system has judged that the nascent soul stage magic item that Lin Feng put up is clearly on the low side compared to that big bell. Therefore, in the second draw, Lin Feng bet on a damaged magic item that he had obtained from the Kuan Peng's treasure. This magic item was the same as Shi Tianhao's stone sword. It was undamaged, but the magic item's primordial spirit had been destroyed. Its foundation was still very good, and if a primordial spirit cultivator spent some effort to refine it again, there was a chance that it could return to its peak. This time, there were a few more red lots. There were 2 red lots, 9 long white lots, 12 long white lots, and 7 short white lots floating above the lot pot. After failing twice in a row, Lin Feng's interest was piqued. After pondering for a moment, he took out the Water Spirit Heaven Pearl. Among the treasures that Golden Rock Great Sage and Cheongqi Great Sage used to set up the 9 luminary sky crumbling formation, the Water Spirit Pearl was used as the carrier of the water celestial star power. It was rich in water spiritual energy. Although it was not a magical treasure, nor was it a magical treasure embryo, it was still an extremely precious water treasure. If it fell into the hands of a mighty cultivator who achieved nascent divinity through water element magic, it would also be an excellent material for refining magic treasures. Lin Feng submitted the Water Spirit Pearl to the system, and another 30 sticks appeared on top of the lottery system's pot. 3 red lots, 10 long white lots, 12 white lots, and 5 short white lots. The lottery began, and all of them fell into the bucket. After spinning at high speed, they stopped. Lin Feng randomly picked one. A white lot meant that he did not get the bell he wanted, nor did he get a random item. The Water Spirit Pearl would not be swallowed and returned as it was, which was equivalent to wasting 1 lottery chance. Lin Feng was not discouraged. Although he only had 1 lottery chance left, Lin Feng was not arrogant or rash. He looked at the Water Spirit Pearl and fell into deep thought. The magical treasure embryo level is far from it. Only a nascent divinity magical treasure will do. After Lin Feng muttered to himself for a while, he handed over the Kasaya with the Mahavirokana scripture recorded on it to the system. The scripture is already recorded anyways. For Lin Feng, the Kasaya is no longer of much value, but a Kasaya with the Virokana scriptures recorded on it was priceless, even without the general principles and the Virokana palm dermic seal. As expected, this was even better than the Water Spirit Pearl. The system gave him 5 red lots. The lottery system's highest probability was 6 red lots. 5 red lots was already very impressive. Lin Feng was not depressed. Instead, he became even more interested. Not giving me 6. Does it mean that the bell is worth more than ordinary magical treasures? The lottery started, and the sticks spun rapidly in the pot. Soon, they landed. This time, Lin Feng was not in a hurry. Instead, he paused for a moment before choosing one. When all the sticks floated out of the pot, Lin Feng let out a long sigh. Red, a 1 in 6 chance. He had made the right bet. 300,000, 300,000. I got the item worth 300,000 points, just like that. If I were to exchange it, I wouldn't be able to get 300,000 even if I squeezed all the oil out of my bones, much less sell me. The Kasaya disappeared. Lin Feng waited excitedly for the system to hand over the bell. But after a long time, there was no reaction. Oh, a system malfunction? Lin Feng furrowed his brows. Even though he already knew that the system had no moral integrity and no morals to speak of, always tricking him to no end, but if it tricked him at this critical moment, then Lin Feng would really curse. At that moment, Lin Feng suddenly heard a strange sound. It came from the depths of his soul, but it seemed to pass through endless space. "This is the bell?" Lin Feng blurted out. The ringing of the bell seemed to have pierced through the final membrane. Within Lin Feng's sea of consciousness, a gray shadow suddenly appeared. As the ringing of the bell reverberated, it gradually became clearer. It was indeed a strange bell. It was full of contradictions. At first glance, it seemed extremely small as a speck of dust. But at the next glance, it seemed extremely large, so large that it covered the sky. A strange feeling of collecting a mustard seed and releasing a mountain peak filled Lin Feng's mind. When he stared at this large bell, it was as if he saw the most primordial chaos. And then, following the ringing of the bell, the primordial chaos transformed into the primordial universe, followed by the birth and destruction of billions of stars. All phenomena of the universe, countless lives were born, and then disappeared. Lin Feng silently watched as one creation after another was born from the primordial chaos. They were divided into two poles. Earth, water, fire, and wind were created. They transformed into all things, constantly developing and evolving. Finally, they decayed and perished, reaching their end. Heaven and earth were destroyed and returned to primordial chaos. Seeing this, Lin Feng already understood the meaning of the bell. This bell was derived from Lin Feng's own Tao. It was derived from the profound true meaning of the heavenly virtue scripture. The heavenly virtue scripture was created by Lin Feng with the help of the system. It was created by fusing various Tao techniques and the laws of the great Tao with the will of heaven and earth. It elaborated on the true meaning of creation. It represented the birth, aging, sickness, and death of life, and the power of the world becoming void. While the system was helping Lin Feng create his own Tao technique, it also automatically created this bell. The bell of creation. This bell was still in its embryonic form. It was a will that only existed in Lin Feng's consciousness. It couldn't even be considered an immortal treasure. However, it was a treasure that completely matched Lin Feng's own Tao technique. It was the most suitable treasure for Lin Feng. When Lin Feng formed his primordial soul and improved his cultivation, it could be used as his Dharma treasure, his natal Dharma treasure. Lin Feng silently stared at the bell of creation in his sea of consciousness. The bell in the void rang with a distant sound. It seemed to have crossed thousands of years and endless space. In the sound of the bell, the huge bell of creation slowly changed. Finally, it turned into a huge stone door. The stone door was pitch black in color. Its surface was covered with thousands of scenes. In the ancient desolation, it exuded a strong aura of life. The first manifestation of the bell of creation, the gate of creation. It represented the birth of infinite life and the creation of infinite things. It contained the primordial chaos to open up one side of creation and the supreme power to create a side of heaven and earth. Open! In the void of consciousness, Lin Feng shouted at the gate of creation. With a boom, the gate of creation made a muffled sound and slowly opened to both sides. An invisible long river flowed out of the door that opened to both sides. The river flowed ceaselessly. It was neither fast nor slow. However, it had a power that would never stop. The second manifestation of the bell of creation, the river of time. It represented all things and all life. Time passed without return. Everything grew and aged in the long river of time. It contained the power to control the passage of time. As the river of time flowed, Lin Feng's mind also seemed to experience the endless river of history. It flowed straight down, passing through the vicissitudes of all things and experiencing the growth of every life. When the river of time came to an end, an image of a book appeared in front of Lin Feng. The book itself looked ordinary. There was no aura coming out of it. It just looked very simple and desolate. However, a smile appeared on Lin Feng's face. This was the third manifestation of the bell of creation. In the birth, aging, sickness, and death, the future, the bad, the void, the book of destruction represented the sickness and bad. It represented the power to control the life and death of all things, and the great power to cause all things to decay and decline. When all things flourished, there would be decline. When all things were created, there would definitely be destruction. From prosperity to decline, from prosperity to weakness. The pages of the book kept flipping. When the book of destruction reached the last page, what appeared in front of Lin Feng was a void of chaos. It was hazy and nothing could be seen clearly. Lin Feng's hand reached into the chaos as if he was holding something. At this moment, even the surrounding chaos and desolation condensed and disappeared. Everything disappeared. Only Lin Feng's palm made a gesture of holding something. Nothingness. This was the last manifestation of the bell of creation. It represented the destruction of all things in the world, returning to nothingness and returning to the primordial chaos. At the same time, it also represented the most terrifying power to destroy all things. Everything would be destroyed and turned into nothingness, no longer existing, not leaving a trace. Birth, aging, sickness, and death, the future, the bad, the void. This is creation. Witnessing the evolution of the bell of creation, life, and death was undoubtedly a valuable experience for Lin Feng. It was almost equivalent to recultivating his Tao technique, causing Lin Feng's understanding of the world's Tao to deepen, and his Tao technique foundation to become more solid. Lin Feng's divine sense gradually left his sea of consciousness. In reality, he opened his eyes and smiled. 300,000 points is worth it. He only had the first 2 chapters of the Heavenly Law Virtue Scripture. If he could develop it to the extreme, it would probably be the most powerful Tao technique in the history of the great heaven primordial world. A magic treasure that used the Heavenly Law Virtue Scripture as its foundation would definitely be above this world. Therefore, even if it was just a formless thought, it was extremely valuable. Lin Feng looked at the 33 Days Fortune Immortal Pills, Mind-Calming Jade, and other treasures in his hands and smiled. The time is completely ripe. Chapter 475. Withdrawing his consciousness from the system, Lin Feng checked his harvest this time, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. The Heavenly Soul Cloud Stone, the 33 Days Fortune Celestial Pill, the Tranquil Jade, and the prototype of the Bell of Fortune, he had obtained the 4 most valuable items in the system. Apart from that, he had also obtained a sect leader's residence construction token and a stalk of Spirit Spring marrow cleansing grass. There was no need to mention the construction token, and the Spirit Spring marrow cleansing grass was the main ingredient of the marrow cleansing pill. The marrow cleansing pill was a very famous pill in the great heaven primordial world. It could cleanse the bones and marrow of a cultivator's body, increase the power of the body, and extend their lifespan at the same time. Any cultivator below the Yuanying stage could increase their physical strength with the help of the marrow cleansing pill and extend their lifespan to a certain extent. Even mortals who didn't cultivate Tao techniques could have the same effect. Yuaniing cultivators couldn't increase their lifespan, but they could still cleanse their bodies and strengthen their essence and blood. The recipe for the marrow cleansing pill was widely spread in the great heaven primordial world, but it was still very rare. The reason was that the ingredients were not easy to find, especially the main ingredient, the spirit spring marrow cleansing grass, which was almost extinct. Lin Feng put away the items and walked to the heaven-returning gold pavilion, where he used the silver 8 trigrams on the roof to derive the 33 days fortune celestial pills recipe. The silver 8 trigrams kept flashing, and the derivation this time took longer than the previous times. After a long time, a large number of diagrams and words appeared in the silver light, covering almost the entire heaven-returning gold pavilion. After looking at it, Lin Feng couldn't help but smile bitterly. The ingredients are hard to find. There's still a long way to go. He recorded the recipe and dispersed the silver light. He put away the 33 days fortune celestial pill and slowly walked out of the pill room. After giving some instructions to the others, Lin Feng flew into the mysterious heaven time-light grotto heaven at the top of the treasure tree. There, Tian Chihua was still sleeping soundly, and the huge sword case the size of a small mountain was suppressing the remnant soul of the Golden Crow Great Sage. Meanwhile, the sloppy old man was still playing chess by himself. Lin Feng landed on the top of the small treasure tree and sat down cross-legged. He slowly revolved the Tao art of the Book of Taoism, and the magic power in his body circulated. The essence of the cloud forest tree was continuously absorbed by him. The cyclic purple qi circled around his body and shrouded him. The gate of heaven opened above his head, and as the clear light flashed, the shadow of a 7 or 8-year-old baby floated out. Its facial features were similar to Lin Feng himself. It was his yuaniing. Lin Feng's yuaniing's body was shrouded in a treasured light. The cloud forest tree's essence energy and the cyclic purple qi were constantly being absorbed into his body, and the yuaniing's body was also growing stronger. Its height and physique were also growing. After a long time, Lin Feng's yuaniing had gradually turned into that of a 10-year-old, which meant that he had reached the peak of the middle stage of yuaniing. Lin Feng slowly opened his eyes and thought to himself, "It's time to condense the Dharma of heaven and earth. Once the Dharma of heaven and earth is formed, I will reach the late stage of yuaniing." The bell of creation in his mind rang again, and in the melodious sound, Lin Feng witnessed the birth, development, and decline of worlds one after another until they reached the end and returned to nothingness. The Book of Taoism had 2 chapters, the 4 symbols heaven opening scripture, and the 8 trigrams universal great Tao scripture, and they kept appearing in Lin Feng's consciousness. With this as the outline, Lin Feng started to condense the essence of his Tao skills and divine arts to refine the Dharma of heaven and earth. In the late stage of yuaniing, one could cultivate the divine art of heavenly laws and condense the Dharma of heaven and earth. It was extremely powerful. The Dharma of heaven and earth represented the combination and sublimation of the cultivator's divine arts and magic power. The power was at the peak of yuaniing, and it was the manifestation of yuaniing's extreme strength. It was the preparation for the primordial spirit, and in a sense, it could be seen as a demigod. If a late-stage yuaniing cultivator's Dharma of heaven and earth was completely destroyed by others, although his cultivation wouldn't fall to the middle stage of yuaniing, his vitality would be greatly damaged. His power would be even weaker than a middle-stage yuaniing cultivator, and he would need to spend a very long time to refine the Dharma of heaven and earth again. Only when the next Dharma of heaven and earth was formed would he regain his original power. The time needed to refine. It was closely related to the time he cultivated in the past. This was because the first Dharma of heaven and earth was equivalent to the condensation of a lifetime's cultivation. If the first was destroyed, the time needed to refine it would be much shorter, but it would still take about half of the time. To condense the Dharma of heaven and earth, the cultivator would need to integrate his lifetime's cultivation into it. The stronger the power of these Tao skills and divine arts, the stronger the power of the Dharma of heaven and earth. But there was a deeper point to pay attention to here. Not all spells were suitable to be refined into the Dharma of heaven and earth. There was a need to choose. The Tao skills and divine arts that were refined into the Dharma of heaven and earth would completely merge with the cultivator's soul. In the future, when the cultivator used the combination of Yuanying and Dharma of heaven and earth to form the primordial spirit, it would merge with the primordial spirit and receive the baptism of the laws of the Tao of heaven and earth being reborn together. Some Tao skills and divine arts, if their level wasn't high enough, they were destined to be unable to pass the stage of merging with the primordial spirit. Instead, they could disturb the primordial spirit and cause the cultivator to fail in breaking through. So when refining the Dharma of heaven and earth, they had to be abandoned. Lin Feng sat quietly at the top of the treasured tree. Countless scenes flashed through his mind like a horse lantern. Each scene was a layer of Tao skill, true meaning, or the profoundness of a layer of divine arts. Above the 9 heavens, the scene of endless lightning, it belonged to the 9 heavens' heavenly thunder technique. Enduring and unmoving like the earth, calm and deep like a secret, this was the Kitagarbha Sutra. The Buddha transformed into anger, the vertical eye between his eyebrows emitting endless flames of anger, burning everything. This was the art of Akala. Silently flowing the Yellow Springs River, purifying and dispelling everything in the world. This was the art of nirvana of the Yellow Springs. Apart from this, the Heavenly Wind Scripture, Star Luo Technique, Book of Taiwa, Hidden Secret of Quicksand, Art of the Blue Ocean, Scripture of Immeasurable Light, Scripture of Vairocana, Scripture of Great Een, Scripture of Brilliant Sun, Book of Heaven and Earth, Formless Wind God. All the Tao skill books that Lin Feng had either studied or only roughly browsed, they all turned into images, floating and sinking in Lin Feng's sea of consciousness. In the end, they were summed up into a scene. Silently existing in the void, an ancient and desolate bell sat and watched the changes of the world. Thousands of principles were born and developed, multiplied to the peak, and finally all techniques returned to one, pointing directly to the Tao. The Heavenly Wind Scripture, Star Luo Technique, Book of Taiwa, Hidden Secret of Quicksand, Art of the Blue Ocean, and other lower-level Tao skills were eliminated one by one, while the remaining Tao skills turned into talisman characters, engraved on the surface of the bell of creation, and as the bell rang, they all shone brightly. Immediately afterwards, all kinds of profound manifestations of magic abilities and martial arts abilities also separately appeared in Lin Feng's sea of consciousness, turning into undulating shadows of light. The Formation 9 Heaven Thunder Summoning, the Martial Path Boundless Flying Sword, the Martial Path White Bone Continuous Hammer, the Escape Technique Cloud Dragon Escape, the Spell Red Lotus Break, the Spell Heaven Cage Sigil, the Spell Minor Reincarnation Technique, and so on. These were the individual abilities that Lin Feng obtained here and there. Violent Thunder Lightning Blade, Xitigarbha Golden Body, Akalanatha Fury, Netherworld Puppet, Yellow Springs Finger, Lunar True Water, 9 Heavens Formless Astral Wind, Solar True Fire, and so on. These were the magical abilities that Lin Feng comprehended after comprehending the 9 Heavens Thunder Technique, Lunar Truth, Great Sun Heaven Illuminating Scripture, and so on. 2 World Void Technique, Celestial World Barrier, 8 Trigram Sky Collapsing Hammer, Celestial Little World, Universe Shattering, Great Sun God Fist, Heaven Bearing Seal. These are the various powerful abilities that Lin Feng has comprehended on his own after comprehending his own book of Tao and Tao. Apart from this, the 8 Trigrams Disintegration, Sword of E, Infinite Wind and Lightning, mandala of light and darkness, finger of the Yellow Springs, road of the Yellow Springs, river of forgetfulness, heavenly tempest, divine spear of void annihilation, all things at the heart, great Im mantra, and other divine abilities were all divine abilities that Lin Feng and his personal disciples comprehended on their own after comprehending the scripture of heavenly virtue that he taught them. Although Lin Feng did not cultivate these magical abilities, he was the source of them. With a casual glance, he could understand the profoundness within them. At this moment, they appeared in his mind one after another. After removing the impurities and retaining the essence, many lower-level Dharma spells were naturally eliminated. The remaining exquisite magical abilities also transformed into characters and shadows that landed on the bell of creation in the void. Countless splendor and divine rays circulated around the bell of creation. However, there were no changes to the bell itself. It sat there and watched the vast sea flow. It was like a piece of creation that bore the vicissitudes of all things. Lin Feng let out a soft cry, and the bell of creation projected a light shadow that landed on Lin Feng's yuanying head. Gradually, it condensed into a human figure. Yujing Mountain suddenly trembled. A portion of the mountain rocks were separated by Lin Feng and transformed into streams of light that entered the mysterious sky time cave. The miniature mysterious sky treasure tree beneath Lin Feng also swayed gently. This time, it was not a single branch or leaf that left the tree. Instead, it was a whole bunch of branches and leaves that left the tree trunk and flew towards Lin Feng. With the light shadow projected by the bell of creation as the foundation, the Yujing mountain rocks as the skeleton, and the mysterious sky treasure tree branches as the flesh and skin, a giant that was 2,000 feet tall appeared in the void. Ordinary people who cultivated heaven and earth Dharma powers would be less than 1,000 feet tall. The top successor of the Taishu Temple, Pangjia, cultivated the supreme Wang Qing Dao of the two supreme great Daos of the sect, the supreme and void scriptures. His heaven and earth Dharma powers were just over 1,000 feet tall. Even ordinary essence soul cultivators who manifested their essence soul avatars could only reach a height of about 2,000 feet. Now, that Lin Feng had cultivated heaven and earth Dharma powers. He was more than 2,000 feet tall. He stood in the void, his feet stepping on the void and suppressing the heavens. The giant was born with 4 faces and 8 arms. The 4 faces corresponded to the earth, water, fire, and wind after the chaos was shattered. The 8 arms controlled the 8 great creation phenomena of heaven, earth, wind, thunder, water, fire, mountain, and lake. The eyes of the 4 faces were divided into 2 colors, black and white. Countless light shadows flashed in the pupils, evolving the creation of the universe. Silently, the bell of creation floated above the giant's head. Lin Feng and his yuanying did the same action, inhaling. Following this action, the heaven and earth Dharma powers that he had condensed also suddenly took a deep breath. The endless cyclic purple chi was absorbed by the heaven and earth Dharma powers. Instantly, Lin Feng's heaven and earth Dharma powers were like a giant god from ancient times. Its hands supported the heavens, and its feet stepped on the earth. It was mighty and powerful, awakening from its slumber. Absolute power, absolute dominance, a powerful concept that could split the heavens and the earth and control creation. This concept of power poured down from the giant's body like a river, pouring into Lin Feng's yuanying. Lin Feng's yuanying instantly grew stronger again, breaking through the limit of a 10-year-old. His appearance instantly changed to that of an 11 or 12-year-old. Late yuanying, success. But this was not enough. Lin Feng's eyes flashed. He had prepared for so long just for this day. The current him could still obtain more. He swallowed the essence of the entire cloud forest tree in one go. At the same time, Lin Feng took out a medicinal pill. It was the 33 days fortune immortal pill. Breaking through to the late Yuaning stage was not difficult for him. This medicinal pill was originally prepared for Lin Feng to break through 2 realms in a row and directly attack the primordial spirit. Lin Feng swallowed the 33 days fortune immortal pill. The mighty heaven and earth dharma powers above his head immediately let out a soundless but heaven-shaking roar. Chapter 476. The essence of the entire cloud forest tree was completely swallowed by Lin Feng. The huge amount of spiritual essence almost instantly caused Lin Feng's Yuanying and universal Dharma idol to explode. The cloud forest tree was one of the few spirit trees that were second only to the 4 great spirit plants of heaven and earth. Such a spirit tree had reached 10,000 years of age, and the spiritual essence contained within it was something that even a primordial soul realm expert would need a very long time to completely refine and absorb. Lin Feng's Yuanying immediately became unstable under the impact of the huge amount of spiritual essence. At this moment, the 4-faced, 8-armed universal Dharma idol on top of the bell of creation suddenly used its 8 arms to form a seal. Each arm formed a seal. 4 symbols, heaven opening technique. Earth, heaven bearing seal. The 4 heaven bearing seals stood up at the same time. Instantly, a grand force that could suppress all turbulence spread out, immediately stabilizing Lin Feng's Yuanying. Lin Feng's Yuanying, which had stabilized once again, immediately formed a heaven-bearing seal and sat down cross-legged. Silently, he absorbed and refined the spiritual essence of the cloud forest tree, which was as vast as the sky and as vast as the sea. As he cultivated, he lost track of time. Lin Feng's Yuanying continued to strengthen as time passed. From the appearance of an 11 or 12-year-old, it grew all the way to the appearance of a 15 or 16-year-old. The appearance of a peak Yuanying would, under normal circumstances, be the appearance of a cultivator when he was about 16 years old. When Lin Feng's Yuanying grew to its limit, he began to drive his universal Dharma idol to absorb the remaining spiritual essence of the cloud forest tree. His universal Dharma idol was extremely powerful to begin with. Therefore, cultivating and strengthening it consumed more resources and energy than other people's universal Dharma idols. Fortunately, the spiritual qi on Yujing Mountain was dense, and with the support of the spiritual essence of the cloud forest tree, Lin Feng's cultivation was twice the result with half the effort. His avatar of heaven and earth was made up of the jade capital mountain rock, the profound heaven treasure tree, and the cyclic purple qi, while the will of the Tao naturally belonged to Lin Feng himself. When Lin Feng pushed his Dharma of heaven and earth to the limit, the concept of its power was actually somewhat similar to the 4-in-1 Mount Yujing that Lin Feng had controlled in the past. Although it was much weaker, it was like a smaller version of Mount Yujing. With a slight thought, Lin Feng's avatar of heaven and earth dove into the void and roamed freely in the heavens. Its entire body glowed with 7-colored light as it sliced open the void turbulence. The 8 arms waved in unison, and the giant heaven and earth law idol's body swayed in the void and suddenly flashed into countless space-time planes. The 4 faces chanted together, and purple qi filled the sky. Within the purple qi that was as vast as the sea, there were countless scenes. Wind and fire, pavilions, the sun and moon, mountains and rivers, peddlers, dragons, elephants, tigers, and leopards, thousands of things, and the creation of all living beings rose and fell. In the next moment, the 8 arms of Lin Feng's universal Dharma idol reached out in all directions. The huge palms clenched together, and suddenly the entire void shattered, turning into endless surging earth, water, fire, and wind. They kept surging, stirring up the surrounding space into a chaotic mess. Lin Feng willed it again, and the universal Dharma idol had already retracted. The power of my universal Dharma idol is so strong that it can probably tear apart the primordial spirit incarnation of an ordinary cultivator. Lin Feng was calm. He was not arrogant or conceited. Instead, he made the most basic judgment based on the actual situation. But it's still not enough. With Lin Feng's accumulation and cultivation, it was actually not difficult for him to break through from the middle stage of yuaning to the late stage of yuaning. The reason why he had not broken through was because there was no need. The strength of the late stage of yuaning compared to the middle stage of yuaning was in the universal Dharma idol, and it was not convenient for Lin Feng to use the universal Dharma idol against his enemies. Therefore, from the beginning, Lin Feng only had one goal: primordial spirit. He wanted to directly reach the primordial spirit stage. Lin Feng had already consumed the 33 days fortune immortal pill. At this moment, he activated the medicinal power, and suddenly the will of the great path of heaven and earth gathered together to support his body. His yuaning eyes shone brightly, and in each of his pupils there were black and white lights moving together. Lin Feng kept inhaling and exhaling a huge amount of spiritual qi. The entire yuaning was overturned, and the earth and sky were turned upside down. At this moment, he seemed to sense a huge door above his head. It was faintly discernible, and it was as heavy as a mountain. If he could pass this test, he would be able to travel freely. The world would be different from then on. He would no longer be mortal, and he would be able to go anywhere in the world. The will of the great path of heaven and earth was like a straight path, helping Lin Feng to come to the front of this door. Lin Feng tried to push the door, but it swayed a little, but it did not open. There was only this door between him and the primordial soul realm, but it seemed so close. Lin Feng was already standing in front of the door, but he was still one step away. This step, no matter what, could not be crossed. Lin Feng secretly frowned. Could it be that I was too impatient? I have just broken through to the late stage of yuaning, and my foundation is not stable yet, and I want to try to break through to the primordial soul realm. How difficult was it to reach the primordial soul realm? If one does not reach the primordial soul realm, their lifespan will eventually come to an end. Even if they live a peaceful life, on the day their lifespan comes, they will still be a cup of dirt. In the late stage of yuaning, the laws of heaven and earth, no matter how they gallop, in the end, they only have 60 cycles of 60 years. A lifespan of 3,600 years can be called longevity, but there will always be an end. Only by cultivating to the primordial soul realm can one be at the same time as this world. As long as the world is not destroyed, then naturally their lifespan will be endless, and they can live freely as they please. And since ancient times, how many people have fallen under the primordial soul realm, unable to advance even an inch, and could only sorrowfully watch as their lifespan came to an end. In terms of the probability of a cultivator breaking through, yuaning reaching the primordial soul realm is the most difficult test. As Lin Feng's cultivation gradually grew, he began to come into more and more contact with the world of primordial soul realm cultivators. But in reality, to this day, looking back, there are really very few cultivators who can reach the primordial soul realm. The Celeritas sword sect, the Hua family, the Yu family, the Blaze sword sect, the Wind god sect, these sects can already be considered to be famous large sects and forces in the vast land of the divine continent, but every single one of them also only has one primordial spirit cultivator holding the fort. The Sun-Moon sword sect, the sun and the moon, the twin swords in harmony, have always been sword companions who cultivate together. Only the sect master, the Sun Glory Sword Venerable, is alone. For thousands of years, he has been bitterly waiting for his Moonlight Sword Venerable to appear, but until today he is still alone. The Qianqi sect and the Northern Militant Royal Court, this pair of old enemies rule the northern frontier together. In the game between the Great Zhou and the Great Qin, the two heroes of the northern frontier occupy a very important position and are fought to be roped in. The Tianqi sect has a total of 3 primordial soul realm cultivators. The sect Master Chao Wei, plus the Ice and Fire Elders who live in seclusion in the sacred land and do not care about worldly affairs. The Northern Militant Royal Court's primordial soul realm cultivators, the Northern Militant Great Chanyu, the left virtuous prince, the right virtuous prince, and the high priest, a total of 4 people. After the left virtuous prince died, under the clause of the ancient Kunping, there are only 3 left. These forces also have many talented people in their sects, but there are only so few primordial soul realm experts. It is not that they do not want to have more primordial soul realm experts, but the difficulty of achieving the primordial soul realm is simply too high. Like the Sun Glory Sword Venerable, the Celeritas Sword Venerable, Huixiu Yuxintao, Chao Wei, and other primordial soul realm experts in their long lives have already helplessly watched their juniors exhaust their lifespans in front of them countless times. Their disciples and grand disciples all die of old age one after another, leaving them in the primordial soul realm to helplessly watch this scene. Then they think of ways to train a new generation of geniuses, hoping that someone can stand out. One of the main reasons why the Taishu Temple, the Mount Shu Sword Sect, the Great Zhou Dynasty, and the Great Qin Dynasty are recognized as the 4 most powerful forces in the world is that they have enough primordial soul realm experts. The Reincarnation Sect is in constant internal strife, with serious internal strife. They often fight among themselves, but no one dares to look down on them. The main reason is that each of the 6 paths of reincarnation has at least 1 primordial soul realm expert. Why is the Taishu Temple recognized as the #1 sacred land of the human race? Even though most of its energy is used to monitor the movements of the demon race in infinite wasteland, no one dares to target it. There is only one reason. It is powerful enough to have the largest number of primordial soul realm cultivators in the entire great Tianyuan world. The Tao Dharma of the Taishu Temple, the essence of the Great Way of Great Void, is known as the Tao Dharma of the human race that is closest to the origin of the Great Tao. The Taishu Temple produces many geniuses and is known as the concentration camp of geniuses. Even so, many of the descendants of the Taishu Temple have fallen at the threshold of the primordial soul realm. Among them, there is no lack of outstanding talents who have left their names in the history books, other than Lin Daohan, who had already achieved the primordial spirit on White Cloud Mountain. The other 3 world wayfarers of the Taishu Temple who had recently entered the world to gain experience, none of them had an easy path to the primordial spirit. Pang Jia suffered a huge setback outside the Sand Continent city and had a bad reputation. He is still cultivating in the White Cloud Mountain, struggling to break through to the primordial soul realm. Yan Mingyue almost died with Long Yi, but she finally broke through the bottleneck and achieved the primordial soul realm. Meng Bingyun is the most miserable. She was unable to advance to the primordial soul realm even on the day of her death. This is the primordial soul realm. The difficulty of achieving the primordial soul realm exceeds the difficulty of all the previous stages on the path of cultivation. But this does not make Lin Feng depressed and give up. At this moment, his heart is extremely calm. Have I lost confidence in myself? No, on the contrary, I have accumulated enough. Today is the day to achieve the primordial soul realm. At this moment, Lin Feng's heart is unprecedentedly clear. There are no negative shadows, no selfish thoughts. Taishu Temple, Shu Mountain, the Great Zhou Dynasty, the Great Qin Dynasty, the Heavenly Pool Sect, the Enchantress, the Golden Rock, Great Sage, and so on, they all disappeared from his mind. Xiao Yan, Zhu Yi, Wang Lin, Shi Tianhao, Yu Hongyan, Yang Qing, Tunten, Miao Shihao, Kang Nianhua, Jiu, and so on, they all disappeared from his mind. Even the system, the mission, the prize, they all no longer think about it. At this moment, Lin Feng's spirit, energy, and spirit reached the peak, completely fusing into one, and only moving forward towards one goal. In his consciousness, only the comprehension of the universe and the Tao of heaven and earth remained, and all of this sublimated into an unwavering will. Forge ahead, press forward with an indomitable will. Amidst the rumbling, in his sea of consciousness, Lin Feng successfully pushed open that door that had been sealed all along. His yuanying turned into a ray of flowing light, charging into the Dharma idol of heaven and earth. As if a person's soul had a body, yuanying and the Dharma idol became one, charging into that open door together. Passing through the door of the void, the four faces of Lin Feng's Dharma idol revealed a peaceful and joyful smile at the same time. Then, the Dharma idol of heaven and earth collapsed with a loud bang. Chapter 477. Lin Feng's yuanying merged with the Dharma of heaven and earth. As the illusory and real changed, he passed through the door that had finally opened. Under the baptism of countless great Tao nomological laws, Lin Feng's Dharma of heaven and earth that had fused with yuanying suddenly shattered, turning into dazzling talisman seeds. These talisman seeds constantly absorbed the great Tao nomological laws of heaven and earth. Under the nourishment of these nomological powers, they rapidly grew and strengthened. At the same time, in this process, they gradually merged with the world. Lin Feng felt that his consciousness was somewhat blurred, as if his entire person had become a part of the world. But in this blurriness, there was an unprecedented clarity, as if everything was under his control, omniscient and omniscient. His body turned into thousands of talismans, fluttering in the void, and finally gathered together again. Countless talismans constantly merged and finally became a whole again. It was half black and half white, a Tai Chi diagram with the two poles fused. The Tai Chi diagram did not exist in the great heaven primordial world, but it was also the foundation of the Tao that Lin Feng had in mind when he had created his own Tao through the system. Now, this was the primordial spirit incarnation that he had obtained after cultivating the heavenly virtue scripture and achieving the primordial soul stage. I was not born like this, and I was lost in the mortal world for 2 lifetimes. Suddenly, I understood the wonders of heaven and man, one black and one white, and I became a god. In the vast void, the Tai Chi diagram that Lin Feng's primordial spirit incarnation had turned into was vast and boundless, as if it was a universe of its own, black and white fused, constantly rotating, and evolving into thousands of mysteries. After an unknown period of time, the Tai Chi diagram that Lin Feng's primordial spirit incarnation slowly shrank, passing through the void and returning to the dark heaven time-like cave. Silently, his physical body, which had been sitting cross-legged on the top of the treasure tree, flew up and entered the Tai Chi diagram. As the Tai Chi diagram rotated, Lin Feng's physical body had already disappeared. The black and white blended light and shadow rotated in the air, turning back into Lin Feng's appearance. He was still dressed in a purple robe, but there was an additional Tai Chi diagram on his forehead. This was not Lin Feng's original physical body, but a manifestation of his primordial spirit. He was not a pure martial adept and did not value his original physical body, so he simply refined his physical body into his primordial spirit. Lin Feng's expression was calm and filled with faint joy. He raised his finger and gently tapped his forehead. The Tai Chi diagram had already disappeared. He landed on the top of the small, mysterious heaven treasure tree, and his mind merged with the white jade Jing mountain, the mysterious heaven treasure tree, and the cyclic purple chi. He felt an unprecedented harmony. At this moment, the 3 great treasures seemed to have become a part of his body, and he could use them as he pleased. Lin Feng smiled and clapped his palms together. A shadow flew out from his glabella. It was the shadow of the bell of creation. At that moment, the bell of fortune was still just an intent. Lin Feng had to refine it himself before it could become a real magic treasure. However, for the current Lin Feng, it was no longer something that he could only dream of. Just like when he had condensed the universal Dharma, Lin Feng used the Jade Jing Mountain Stone and the leaves of the mysterious Heaven Treasure Tree as the backbone to refine the bell of creation. After the embryonic form was completed, the cyclic purple chi poured into it. It was as if a wisp of human life had been injected into the clay embryo. No matter how lifelike the originally lifeless clay sculpture or wooden sculpture was, it was still not truly alive. But now, the light and shadow of the bell of creation immediately glowed with the luster of life. A young but grand will seem to be forming, like a real life with its own consciousness and thoughts. This was the magic treasure spirit of the bell of creation. Lin Feng watched this scene silently, feeling the will of life coming from nothing, being born from the primordial chaos, splitting the yin and yang, breaking through the chaos, splitting the heavens and earth, and finally establishing creation. The image of the big bell gradually changed, turning into a huge pitch-black stone door. Its surface was covered with thousands of relief carvings, ancient and desolate, exuding a strong aura of life. Lin Feng waved his hand, and the magic treasure embryo in the yin and yang life and death formation, the casting life sealing stone, flew out and landed in the shadow of the huge stone door. Rise! Lin Feng's magic power was almost endless. It surged, and the casting life sealing stone gradually changed, merging with the shadow of the stone door. In the continuous sound of the bell, the stone door exuded a strong vitality. This was the first transformation of the bell of creation, the life creation door. It represented the birth of infinite life, the door to the creation of infinite things, and contained the great power to open up a place of creation and create a world. Lin Feng raised his hand and grabbed, directly sucking the huge stone door into his hand. It was not that the stone door had become smaller, but Lin Feng's 5 fingers opened and closed, directly grabbing the space. Feeling the power contained in the life creation door, Lin Feng immediately smiled. This is only the first form of the bell of creation, and it already has endless magical uses. The life creation door contained unparalleled life force, far above the Wudong tree heart and the casting life sealing stone. When used for treatment, it had the miraculous effect of reviving the dead and growing flesh and bones. With this treasure protecting him, Lin Feng was impervious to all evils. Even if he was injured, he could recover in an instant. Moreover, this treasure had the power to nurture all living beings. If it was used in fights, it would also have endless magical uses. It was both a treasure for protection and a treasure for fights. Silently, Lin Feng tried to figure out the concept of power within. Yes, after I create the 3rd chapter of the Heavenly Tao Scripture, I can sacrifice and refine this treasure's 2nd form. The 4 forms combined to form the complete, true meaning of creation, destruction, creation, and destruction. Only then would this treasure be refined to the supreme realm of great perfection. Lin Feng only had to think about it for a bit, and he felt fascinated. No wonder this thing in the system, with just a thought, could be worth the sum of all the other things. It's finally done. Lin Feng stepped out of the dark, heaven-time light grotto heaven. Silently, he looked at the jade capital mountain in front of him, feeling every blade of grass, every tree, and every living being on the mountain. He felt that it was an unprecedented, yet familiar experience. This feeling was mysterious beyond words. It was indescribably wondrous. At this time, Lin Feng remembered to calculate the time. After thinking for a while, He realized that he had spent 7 years in the dark heaven timelight grotto heaven. In the outside world, only 20 days had passed. 7 years. Lin Feng pondered for a while. He remembered that the system would reward him with a chance to draw a prize every month. Now that he thought about it, he had accumulated a lot. However, according to past experience, every time Lin Feng's cultivation level crossed a major realm, the system would upgrade. Lin Feng's consciousness entered the system. As expected, the system was currently upgrading and could not draw prizes. I'll have to wait. Lin Feng shrugged, withdrew his consciousness from the system, and casually strolled around the mountain. He looked at Zhu Yi and the disciples in the Qian Tian Palace working hard, looked at Shi Tianhao, Tunten, and the others living freely in the desolate Heaven Valley, and looked at Jia, you not even daring to breathe loudly in front of his wife. Oh. Lin Feng was casually strolling around when a transmission crystal on his body suddenly reacted. Someone was contacting him. Lin Feng raised his brows when he saw the caller. It was the sect master of the Sun Moon Sword sect, the glorious Sun Sword Sovereign. They had not contacted each other since the desolate Sea Divine Assembly, who knew that the glorious Sun Sword Sovereign would suddenly send a message today. Back at the desolate Sea Divine Assembly, Lin Feng had suggested that the sword companions of the Sun Moon Sword sect could participate in the Divine Assembly in pairs. Lin Feng's starting point was admittedly for a portion of the Xian Gate Sky Sect's people to also obtain the qualifications to enter the ancient desolate sea world, but objectively, he did indeed help the Sun Moon Sword sect. The Solar Glory Sword Venerable was grateful for this, so he got along well with Lin Feng. Lin Feng answered the transmission and heard the glorious Sun Sword Sovereign's voice. Sect Master Lin, how have you been? The glorious Sun Sword Sovereign is too polite, Lin Feng said with a smile. May I know what's the matter this time that you have to personally transmit a message to me? As Xianmen Tianzong improved, all aspects were gradually on the right track. Zhu Yi was in charge of external communication at the lower levels. This was also one of the few tasks that was not handed over to Dao Jiqiang. As for the higher levels, Kang Nanhua was in charge of communication at the Yuanying level. He was also in charge of communication with the Heavenly Trade Pavilion. Right now, there are already very few people who can directly contact Lin Feng. Only sect masters like the glorious Sun Sword Exalt and the primordial divinity bigwigs can directly contact Lin Feng. If it's a normal matter, they naturally don't need to personally open their mouths. The disciples of the sect can communicate with each other. I heard from others that Sect Master Lin is a Sword Dao Grandmaster. Slowly, the glorious Sun Sword Sovereign said, recently, a portion of our Sword Dao cultivators will gather together and exchange Sword Dao. If Sect Master Lin is willing, I sincerely invite you to attend the meeting. I can ask you for guidance on Sword Dao. What do you think, Sect Master Lin? Lin Feng's expression did not change. A faint smile appeared on his face. He could hear the words ask for guidance from the glorious Sun Sword Sovereign. There was no hostility in it. It was not a challenge. However, the word consult definitely didn't mean that he was truly asking for guidance. There was a hidden meaning in Solar Luminary's words. The so-called gathering of a portion of sword cultivators definitely wasn't just for a simple exchange of swordsmanship. This won't be a simple gathering. Lin Feng had a guess in his heart. After thinking for a moment, he gladly agreed. I wouldn't dare to ask for advice, just like what the Solar Glory Sword Venerable said. We'll just have an exchange. The glorious Sun Sword Sovereign also smiled. In that case, the great Qin dynasty's eastern border Lin province, Qingling mountain ranges, Tianjia Peak, awaits Sect Master Lin's arrival. Among the mountains of West Shu, 6 lone peaks soared into the sky. Each of them was straight and steep, piercing through the clouds like 6 extremely huge unsheathed swords. These 6 mountains were like 6 swords that emanated boundless sword chi, and each of them had different dispositions. Some were gentle, some were forceful and ferocious, some were fierce and ruthless, some were agile and swift, some were simple and dignified, some were feminine and changeable. In the sky above the 6 mountains, there was actually another mountain that floated in the sky. There was no support below it, but it was lifted up by the sword chi from the 6 mountains, hovering in the sky. In the hall of one of the 6 peaks below, a few people sat on the main seats. One of them was an old man with a simple face. It was Guanchong. Slowly, he said, "Aren't we going to wait for sect master to come out?" "There's no need." A person on the main seat said calmly, "My Shushan sword has not been unsheathed for too long. Many people have already forgotten who is in charge of the 9 heavens sword union. Let's just tell them today." The few people present nodded and stood up. Their swords that could cleave the heavens and split the earth were released. They tore through the void before them and disappeared. Qingling Mountain Ranges, Tianjia Peak. Let's go. Chapter 478. Before becoming an essence soul, Lin Feng's speed in breaking through space and flying was already extremely fast. Now that he has become an essence soul, his speed is even more astonishing. The distance of 10,000 miles, but in the blink of an eye, from Kunlun Mountain to Lin Province in the east of the Great Qin Dynasty, the distance of several 100,000 miles was covered in an instant. After hearing the location of the gathering from the solar luminary sword, Venerable, Lin Feng was even more certain of his guess. There was a 90% chance that this gathering was targeted at the Mount Shu sword sect. In terms of geography, the Lin province and the Shu province where the Mount Shu sword sect was located were on opposite ends of the Great Qin dynasty. Although the 9 heavens sword union was mostly united, it was never peaceful internally. Various factions were also trying to stir up trouble. For example, the Sun Moon sword sect had always been close to the Great Qin dynasty. They were also known as the representative of the Great Qin dynasty in the 9 heavens sword union. As far as Lin Feng knew, the Great Qin dynasty was not peaceful at the moment. The suppression of the imperial family on the aristocratic families was becoming more and more obvious, and the conflict between the two sides was becoming more and more intense. The conflicts were endless, and the undercurrents were turbulent. Fundamentally speaking, although the aristocratic families were powerful, they could not play tricks with the entire Great Qin dynasty. However, firstly, the aristocratic families had deep roots and were one with the Great Qin dynasty. Their relationship was complicated, and the slightest pull could affect the previous one. Secondly, there were many other major factions who wanted to restrict the Great Qin dynasty and secretly supported these aristocratic families, preventing the Great Qin dynasty from acting freely. But from the latest news, the Great Qin dynasty was determined to act this time. Other than the 4 aristocratic families, the other small and medium-sized aristocratic families had been dealt a heavy blow. Among the 4 aristocratic families, there was the Hua family, which was out of place, but was closer to the imperial family. As a result, the aristocratic families that had been rampant in the Great Qin dynasty for thousands of years felt like they were in a precarious situation. These people naturally would not wait for death. They all had their own plans. A storm was about to arrive in the Great Qin dynasty, and the other factions were watching from the side. The imperial family naturally would not allow themselves to be cleaned up while they were surrounded by wolves. They had to prevent others from taking advantage of the situation. This was the result of the gathering before them. Lin Feng arrived near the Tianjia Peak of the Green Caltrip Mountain Range. After he released his aura of magic power, the Tianjia Peak immediately reacted. A dazzling golden sword light soared into the sky and landed in front of Lin Feng. It turned into a handsome and elegant young man. Sect leader Lin, long time no see." The young man smiled. It was the sect leader of the Sun Moon Sword sect. Although he had the appearance of a young man, he was already a primordial soul expert who had been famous for thousands of years. The disciples of the Sun Moon Sword sect could fuse the solar glory and lunar splendor dual swords together, and the effect of 1 + 1 was far greater than 2. But even if they were fighting alone, the sword cultivators of the Sun Moon Sword sect were still extremely powerful. The Solar Glory Sword Venerable was a great sword cultivator who looked down on all heroes and was not the slightest bit weaker than other experts of the same cultivation level. A smile also appeared on Lin Feng's face. "It's my honor to have the luminous sword Venerable personally welcome me. For this gathering, no one brought along their disciples." The Solar Glory Sword Venerable smiled and said, "It's just a few of us old farts gathering in private." Lin Feng nodded and walked side by side with the Solar Glory Sword Venerable. They landed on the Tianjia Peak of the Green Caltrip mountain range below. The Tianjia Peak was the main peak of the southern foothills of the Green Caltrip mountain range. The mountain was long, and there was an obvious crack from halfway up the mountain to the peak in the center. It was like a wheel mark, but it was incomparably huge. It was as if the wheels of a god's chariot had run over it, hence the name Tianjia Peak. When they reached the peak, they saw a middle-aged man in white standing there silently. There was a faint smile on his face as he watched Lin Feng and the Solar Glory Sword Venerable walk over together. This person's temperament was extremely special. It constantly fluctuated between extreme hardness and extreme softness, and it was unpredictable. It was like soft drifting snow, but also like an extremely sharp longsword, cold and sharp. As he stood there, it was as if he had formed a world of his own. In that world, wind and snow flew, and he was covered in silver. Upon closer inspection, the falling snowflakes were like boundless icy sword lights that flickered incessantly. If one looked at it for a long time, they would feel that the icy sword lights had already invaded the Great Thousand Worlds, turning the Great Thousand Worlds into snowflakes. The Solar Glory Sword Venerable introduced, "This is the Flying Snow Sword Venerable." The middle-aged man in white looked at Lin Feng, and his eyes flickered. He smiled and said, "Master of the Celestial Gate, I have long heard of your name." Without the introduction by the Solar Glory Sword Venerable, Lin Feng already knew the background of this person just by sensing his sword intent. The Flying Snow Sword Venerable was not a big shot of the Nine Heavens Sword Alliance, but a rogue cultivator. He reached the primordial spirit realm alone with a single sword. He was one of the few powerful experts outside of the Nine Heavens Sword Alliance who reached the primordial spirit realm through the Sword Tao. Moreover, his cultivation was above that of the Solar Glory Sword Venerable. He was a great sword cultivator at the second tier of the primordial spirit realm, refining his spirit to return to the void. In the past, when he was still at the first tier of the primordial spirit realm, he became a super consecrator of the Great Qin Empire. His sword Tao was outstanding, and he was sharp in killing. 1,000 years ago, he was infamous, and he was a sharp sword of the Great Qin Empire. In the recent 1,000 years, he gradually disappeared, and there was little news about him. So it turned out that he had gone into seclusion to break through to the second tier of the primordial spirit realm. Now that he had successfully broken through and refined his spirit to return to the void, he had finally come out of seclusion. This great sword cultivator that belonged to the Great Qin dynasty had appeared here. The meaning of this gathering was self-evident, just as I expected. Lin Feng looked at the Flying Snow Sword Venerable, and then at the Solar Glory Sword Venerable. He knew that his previous guess was correct. The purpose of this gathering was for the Shushan Sword Sect. I have long heard of the great name of the Flying Snow Sword Venerable. After Lin Feng, greeted the flying snow sword Venerable. He walked forward with the solar glory sword Venerable. In the air, there was a slight ripple, and the three of them had already stepped into a miniature alternate dimension. Wind and snow fluttered in the space. This was a miniature sword world space that the host, Flying Snow, had condensed with his spiritual power and sword intent. The moment the solar glory sword Venerable entered, Flying Snow laughed. The moment you entered, my place became unstable. Lin Feng and the solar glory sword Venerable smiled when they heard that. The solar glory sword Tao of the solar glory sword Tao transformed into a sword intent that was like sunlight, and it clashed with the sword intent of the flying snow sword Tao. This was because the flying snow sword Venerable's cultivation was higher than his. If the two of them were at the same cultivation level, this clash might cause a huge ripple in the sword world. The solar glory sword Venerable laughed. Therefore, 1,000 years ago, I never went to your place as a guest. The flying snow sword Venerable laughed when he heard that. Lin Feng looked at them and thought to himself, the two of them probably knew each other when they were still young. I wonder who was the one who influenced, who when they got close to the great Qin Empire. After entering the sword world, he saw that there were already people waiting inside. One of the elders turned around and saw the flying snow sword Venerable and the solar glory sword Venerable accompanying Lin Feng in. He immediately stroked his beard and laughed. Is this the Xian sect master? The cultivators here did not conceal their sword intent aura. Lin Feng scanned with his divine sense and felt that this elder's sword intent was like a path to heaven. It overcame all difficulties and cut through brambles and thorns all the way up to the 9 heavens. His sword intent pierced through the 9 heavens, becoming one with heaven and earth. It was the sword Tao of the Heavenly Sword Sect. The Heavenly Sword Sect was also a part of the 9 Heavens Sword Alliance. Its strength was above the Sun Moon Sword Sect, Celerita's Sword Sect, and other factions. In the 9 Heavens Sword Alliance, the Heavenly Sword Sect was firmly in second place. The profoundness of the Sword Tao, the number of experts, and the massive faction was second only to the Shushan Sword Sect. In the Heavenly Sword Sect, there were 5 great sword cultivators who had reached the primordial soul realm, and the elder in front of him was at the same realm as Venerable Flying Snow. They had both reached the second tier of the primordial soul realm. Sword Venerable Solar Glory introduced from the side. This is the Heavenly Sword Sect's Elder Immortal Sword. The elder stroked his beard and laughed. The sect master of the Shushan sect is currently in seclusion. He really can't split himself, so I had to make a trip here. I hope that fellow Taoists don't mind. Sword Venerable Flying Snow shook his head and laughed. Elder Immortal Sword coming out of the Heavenly Sword Mountain is even rarer than Sword Venerable Heavenly Sword. We will only welcome you with open arms. Hearing how Sword Venerable Solar Glory and Sword Venerable Flying Snow addressed the elder, Lin Feng was enlightened. He knew who this person was. Elder Immortal Sword, the Heavenly Sword Sect's Supreme Elder. He had cultivated for more than 10,000 years and was extremely senior. The current sect master of the Heavenly Sword Sect was 2 generations younger than him. After Lin Feng greeted Elder Immortal Sword, Sword Venerable Solar Glory introduced him to the other great sword cultivators in the sword world. Oh, interesting. After 1 round, Lin Feng's expression did not change, but he felt that it was interesting. The 9 Heavens Sword Alliance, including the Shushan Sword Sect, was made up of a total of 9 sword sections. And in this gathering, there were as many as 6 members of the 9 Heavens Sword Alliance. Other than the Heavenly Sword Sect and the Sun Moon Sword Sect, there was also the Thunderbolt Sword Sect, the Constellation Sword Sect, the Vast Sea Sword Sect, and the Celerita's Sword Sect. These 6 sects, together with the Shushan Sword Sect, the Wilderness Sword Sect, and the Blaze Sword Sect, formed the complete Nine Heavens Sword Alliance. Among them, the Sun Moon Sword Sect had always been on good terms with the Great Qin dynasty, and the Heavenly Sword Sect was the second mountain in the Nine Heavens Sword Alliance other than the Shushan Sword Sect. The Thunderbolt Sword Sect had always been the ally of the Heavenly Sword Sect. This time, there was also a primordial soul realm cultivator participating in the gathering. What was worth noting was that this person was not the sect master, Sword Venerable Thunderbolt, but the newly advanced primordial soul realm expert of the Thunderbolt Sword Sect, Ben Lazy. This surprised the other great sword cultivators. The Thunderbolt Sword Sect was strong to begin with, and the Thunderbolt Sword Venerable was at the second tier of the primordial soul realm. At this moment, there was actually another primordial soul expert in the sect, causing the Thunderbolt Sword Sect's strength to rise a step further. Ben Lazy was originally one of the top Yuanying sword cultivators in the Thunderbolt Sword Sect, and was thought to be one of the most promising candidates to reach the primordial soul realm. For such a joyous event, where someone in the sect reached the primordial soul realm, they would usually invite their fellow Taoists to attend and celebrate. Who knew that the Thunderbolt Sword Sect would actually hide the news this time? If not for Ben Lazy attending this gathering, no one would have known that he had actually successfully reached the primordial soul realm. Although the Thunderbolt Sword Venerable had not arrived, Ben Lazy's arrival this time had already expressed the Thunderbolt Sword Sect's attitude. But what made Lin Feng even more interested was that his old acquaintance, the Flowing Light Sword Venerable, was also here. All along in the Nine Heavens Sword Alliance, the Flowing Light Sword Sect and the Blaze Sword Sect were the Shushan Sword Sect's staunchest supporters and followers. Chapter 479, Swordsman Flowing Light, was still the same. His face was like jade, his black hair was like a waterfall, and he looked to be in his 40s. 2 strands of snow-white hair hung down from the sides of his temples, and his eyes were full of majesty. He was standing there quietly at this moment. Not only did he attract the attention of Lin Feng, the other great sword cultivators also felt slightly surprised in their hearts. If the Wilderness Sea Council accepted the invitation, then it was normal. But the appearance of the Cellerita's swordsman Flowing Light here was obviously a surprise, and it was hard to avoid many speculations. Swordsman Flowing Light himself was calm, and in the process of talking with others, he was calm as usual compared to Swordsman Flowing Light. Although the arrival of Star Swordsman was also noticed, it was not so eye-catching. Within the Nine Heavens Sword Alliance, Star Swordsman Sect and Wilderness Sword Sect were relatively neutral and also relatively independent. They were not too close to Shu Mountain, but they were not too close to other big powers outside of the Nine Heavens Sword Alliance. However, the Constellation Sword Sect in the past wasn't within the borders of the Grand Qin dynasty, and it had once undergone a great migration before settling down in the territory of the Grand Qin dynasty. In a certain sense, it owed the Grand Qin dynasty a great favor. From this point of view, it was not too surprising that the Star Swordsman sect would lean towards the Great Qin dynasty at a critical moment. Compared to the arrival of Star Swordsman sect, the Songhai Sword sect also came, which attracted Lin Feng's attention, and he could decipher many things from it. Within the Nine Heavens Sword Alliance, the Songhai Sword Sect was a bit different because the location of the Songhai Sword Sect was far above the South Sea. Geographically speaking, it was the only large sword sect that was not in the Great Qin dynasty. On the contrary, the Songhai Sword Sect was actually within the sphere of influence of the Great Zhou dynasty. So just like how the Sun Moon Sword Sect was seen as the representative of the Great Qin dynasty's royal family, the Songhai Sword Sect had always been seen as a grain of sand that the Great Zhou dynasty had mixed into the Nine Heavens Sword Alliance. After the Great Zhou dynasty eliminated the power of the aristocratic families and sects and highly centralized power, the Songhai Sword Sect was one of the few large sects that still had a foothold in the Great Zhou dynasty. Due to all these reasons, the Songhai Sword sect had a special position in the Nine Heavens Sword Alliance. It was slightly estranged from the other sword sects, including Mount Shu. Usually during the alliance meeting, the Songhai Sword sect kept a low profile and did not have much of a presence. However, this did not mean that the Songhai Sword sect was weak. There were many experts in the Songhai Sword sect, and it had always been regarded as the third greatest sword sect in the world, second only to Shu Mountain and Tong Tian. The person from the Songhai Sword sect who came this time was a Yuanian cultivator. He was the only one who had not reached the primordial soul realm among the people present. He very humbly expressed that he was here to listen to the decision made by the group of big shots. Any decision would represent the Songhai Sword sect, and he was willing to follow them. Lin Feng looked at this person and thought to himself, is this the attitude of the Great Zhou dynasty? Perhaps Liang Pan, Zhu Hongwu, and the others will not sit by and watch the Qin dynasty clean up its own internal problems to increase its strength, but they have also made their stand against the Mount Shu sword sect. Perhaps they will not interfere personally, but the Songhai sword sect will participate. As far as Lin Feng knew, the relationship between the Great Zhou dynasty and the Mount Shu sword sect was not harmonious. It could only be said that it was passable on the surface. The discord between the two started from the battle of vanquishing Buddhism decades ago. Unlike the Taishu Temple, which only had the support of the Grand Supreme Formation breaking drum, the Mount Shu sword sect had personally taken action, causing the destruction of the Great Tempest Monastery, which was also one of the 3 sacred grounds. In the end, Mount Shu had suffered great losses as well. The Lunar Sword Venerable had died on the spot, and to this day, no one from the Lunar Sword lineage could advance to the second tier of the primordial soul realm to take over. However, in the end, the gains did not make up for the losses. The Great Zhou dynasty rose up by stepping on the ruins of the Great Tempest Monastery, and the fruits of victory were almost all in the hands of the Great Zhou dynasty. This made the Mount Shu sword sect extremely dissatisfied. As Lin Feng thought to himself, he chatted with the few great sword cultivators. None of them mentioned anything against Mount Shu. They were simply exchanging their insights on sword Dao and Dao techniques. It was as if it was really, as Solar Luminary Sword Venerable had said, a gathering of ordinary sword cultivators to exchange pointers on their sword Dao cultivation. To them, as long as they were here, they had already made their stance clear. There was no need to say anything else. Lin Feng did not speak much as he was in the middle. He only displayed a little of the sword intent that he had comprehended from that ferocious sword. However, just this brief display was enough to attract the attention of the great sword cultivators. However, after that, Lin Feng did not display it anymore, leaving the great sword cultivators at the primordial soul realm unable to hold back their curiosity. Lin Feng's sword intent seemed to have revealed a brand new world to them, a brand new path. Sect Leader Lin, may I have a word with you? Sword Venerable Flying Snow was also very tempted by the sword intent that Lin Feng displayed. However, he quickly suppressed his restless sword heart and said solemnly, His Majesty Emperor Qin has something that requires Sect Leader Lin's help. Lin Feng took a glance at Sword Venerable Flying Snow and nodded slightly. The sword world that everyone was currently in was formed from Venerable Swordsman Flying Snow's magic power and sword intent. With a thought, Venerable Swordsman Flying Snow had already broken through the void with Lin Feng and arrived at another alternate dimension. When the other big shots saw this, their expressions remained unchanged. They were just guessing why Emperor Qin Stonefeather was looking for Lin Feng. Ben Lazy and Old Sword Immortal looked at each other. The same thought flashed in their eyes. I'm afraid it has something to do with the sword Dao of the master of Xianmen. Flying Snow confirmed the authenticity and uniqueness of his sword Dao before making the invitation. If the news of the master of Xianmen's sword Dao being profound wasn't true, this might not have happened. Lin Feng had also thought of this point. Therefore, when he arrived in the void with Sword Venerable Flying Snow, he silently looked at Sword Venerable Flying Snow. Using his finger as a sword, Sword Venerable Flying Snow drew a circle of light in the air. Within the circle of light, a figure appeared. It was a middle-aged man wearing a crown and dragon robe. He was overflowing with the aura of an emperor. He was Emperor Qin Stonefeather. Stonefeather looked at Lin Feng and nodded. Sect Master Lin, I have a presumptuous request this time. I hope that you can help me. Lin Feng's expression was calm. He said indifferently, Dao friend, please speak. The light and shadow in front of him changed. Suddenly, a black fog spread out. Within the black fog, there was a vague five-colored radiance shooting out. Within the five-colored radiance, a true dragon could be seen roaming. Its dragon might was astonishing. Within the five-colored radiance of white, green, black, scarlet, and yellow, there seemed to be a long light shadow that could not be seen clearly. Lin Feng's brows twitched slightly. Even though he could not see the true appearance of the light shadow, Lin Feng could sense that this object was extremely huge. It was not accurate to say that it was huge. Its total volume was indeed huge, but in terms of appearance, it was mainly long. It was extremely long, so long that it was hard to imagine. Even with Lin Feng's perception after attaining the Essence Soul Realm, it was still a little hard to describe. This was because he could vaguely sense that this object's length was probably hundreds of thousands of kilometers or even millions of kilometers. Such a length could not be described with the general meaning of length. This was because it was very difficult to use something that was similar to the length as an analogy. Looks like the news is not false. This should be the Great Qin Dynasty's trump card, their national treasure. Lin Feng understood. He had previously received news that in order to deal with the increasingly turbulent situation, the Great Qin Dynasty was preparing to refine their own national treasure. This treasure had actually existed a long time ago. Like the Great Zhou Dynasty's Grand Imperial Palace, it was a primordial inheritance. However, at that time, it had not been completely refined. It was an incomplete product. Afterward, it landed in the hands of the Great Qin Dynasty, and the imperial family had always hoped to refine it completely. However, this treasure could be said to have been plagued with mishaps, and they had never been able to completely refine it. In the most recent war between the human race and the demon race, it had suffered severe damage. But looking at it now, in these thousands of years, the imperial family of the Great Qin Dynasty had always been preparing in secret. As they repaired the damage, they also hoped to completely refine this treasure. The reason why the imperial family of the Great Qin Dynasty had been low profile and weak in recent years was very likely because they had invested too many resources into this treasure. It was still an incomplete product, but through the void, Lin Feng could faintly feel the powerful concept of power of this treasure. It was filled with a supreme aura that was insurmountable, indestructible, and could suppress all the worlds in the world. It had an inextinguishable fate. No wonder Liang Pan and Zhu Hongwu were so anxious, spending so much effort to seize Yudaming Hua. If the Grand Imperial Palace doesn't continue to improve, when this treasure is completely refined, they probably won't be a match for it. Silently, Lin Feng looked at the shadow in the black fog and didn't say a word. Sword Venerable Flying Snow stood beside him and looked at the shadow with admiration in his eyes. Suddenly, a hint of darkness flashed past his eyes. "Excuse me for a moment," Sword Venerable Flying Snow said. The voice of Qin Emperor Stone Feather came. from the other side of the shadow. "Flying Snow, go handle it yourself." Sword Venerable Flying Snow nodded at Lin Feng and stepped into the void to leave this space. Stone Feather's voice came over. "I have troubled Sect Master Lin to come over this time because I want to ask Sect Master Lin to make a move." Silently, Lin Feng said, "Make a move." "That's right," Stone Feather said. "Truth be told, what is placed before Sect Master Lin now is the supreme magic treasure of my great Qin that can suppress the karmic luck of a nation. In the past, my great Qin relied on this treasure to obtain the nation. It's a pity that the road to happiness is strewn with setbacks. This treasure has never been truly refined until today. Finally, there's some improvement." Lin Feng's tone was indifferent. "The heavenly Tao is balanced. After thousands of trials and tribulations, once it appears in the world, it will surpass countless mortals. I should congratulate fellow Taoist. Thank you for your blessings, Sect Master Lin." Stone Feather continued. "I heard Imperial Uncle Zhongyu and Xingdou mention that Sect Master Lin has the supreme sword Tao and has the intent to destroy the world. Therefore, this time, I specially ask Sect Master Lin to make a move and help my great Qin to make this treasure appear in the world." At this moment, Lin Feng already completely understood Stone Feather's thoughts. This person wanted to borrow the sword intent of Lin Feng's peerless ominous sword to stimulate this supreme treasure of the great Qin dynasty and make it completely mature. Although this treasure was powerful, Lin Feng could sense that this was actually a treasure that was stronger in defense than offense. Not only was its defense powerful, but it also had the powerful intent of protecting everything and protecting all things in the world. My body is indestructible, and I should protect all things for eternity. Creation will not suffer from tribulations. Meanwhile, that ominous sword on Jade Capital Mountain just happened to be the opposite of it. It had the great destruction sword intent that could destroy everything in the world and slay creation. When it was attacked by the ominous sword, this treasure would stimulate all of its potential and thus reach its peak state. Of course, if it could not withstand it, then it would be completely destroyed by the ominous sword. However, if Lin Feng could freely control this sword, then the result would definitely be within a controllable range. Stone Feather said slowly, "Sect Master Lin, please be generous in your assistance. My great Qin will definitely repay you generously." Chapter 480. As the ruler of a country, if Stone Feather said that there would be a generous reward, then it would naturally not be too shabby. However, even if the Qin dynasty did not give a reward, Lin Feng would still agree after putting on a show. It was very simple. The Qin dynasty wanted to use the ominous sword to form a blood bond with a magical treasure, and was that not the perfect whetstone for the ominous sword? The two sides were completely opposite in power. Lin Feng believed that this supreme magical treasure of the Qin dynasty was probably the best thing in the entire heaven primordial world for tempering the ominous sword besides the Shushan immortal sword Qi. Before, even though he had heard that the great Qin dynasty had such a treasure, but he had never actually seen it before and did not know its details. Now that he has clearly understood the concept of power contained within it, there is no way that Lin Feng would let go of such a perfect whetstone. As for the fact that the Qin dynasty's strength would soar after successfully forming a blood bond with such a treasure, and that it might become a potential enemy, Lin Feng believed that when the heaven-punishing sword was completely unsheathed and could be effectively controlled, his strength would grow even more terrifyingly. However, it was definitely not possible now. Lin Feng could feel that this magical treasure was not yet complete. The unbreakable and unbreakable protector concept of all to eternity was not complete. If not for this, it would not have been damaged during the war between the two worlds. Stonefeather also understood this. Today, he had only communicated with Lin Feng, and the two sides had come to an agreement. When I passed by Western Tomb City, you could have suggested this. Why wait until today? Lin Feng asked nonchalantly. Stonefeather said silently, back then, some things were not ready, so I did not mention it easily, but today, there's no harm in mentioning it. As he said this, a powerful wave of power passed through the void. Lin Feng's pupils constricted slightly. He saw a ball of golden light land before him. The golden light itself contained powerful spiritual power, and its purpose was to seal the thing within. Within the light was an independent lesser world. The starry sky was resplendent, and in the center of the galaxy there was a true dragon. It was a primordial sky dragon with an extremely pure bloodline. Its body was close to 10,000 zhang long, and it was extremely powerful and huge. The majestic power of blood and qi emanating from it shook the universe. This was a primordial sky dragon that had attained the indestructible demon soul realm. Lin Feng scanned it and discovered that the primordial sky dragon was already dead. The pocket world of light stored its corpse. However, even though he was already dead, his corpse still emanated boundless power, and there were even great auspicious clouds floating around his body, exuding a heavy and dignified aura. Slowly, Qin Emperor Stonefeather said, "This is my great Qin's gift to sect leader Lin. This is just a token of appreciation. We will reward you when the time comes." How extravagant! Lin Feng thought to himself. The corpse of a primordial sky dragon is filled with treasures after its death. This entire sky dragon slough is indeed quite a hefty reward. A sky dragon corpse was nothing. A pure-blooded primordial sky dragon corpse was nothing either. However, a pure-blooded primordial sky dragon's corpse that had attained the indestructible demon soul realm and was extremely complete, with not a single dragon scale missing, was extremely valuable. Although the dark solitary skeleton that Lin Feng obtained in the Cloud Forest world was complete, it was only a skeleton. This sky dragon corpse before him had dragon scales, dragon bones, dragon blood, dragon flesh, dragon tendons, etc. All of it was complete. As the number one dynasty of the human race in the divine land in the past, the great Qin dynasty's foundation was on full display at this moment. Just the deposit given to Lin Feng was an entire primordial sky dragon corpse that had attained the indestructible demon soul realm. Then, the resources they invested into that super Dharma treasure was imaginable. Lin Feng did not stand on ceremony either. With a flick of his sleeves, he directly swept up the golden ball of light and put it away. On the other side of the space, although Qin Emperor Stonefeather's expression did not change, his heart stirred slightly. He felt that his dermic powers were instantly dispelled into nothingness by Lin Feng. He did not have any enmity. His dermic powers turned into golden light and was only used to temporarily seal the sky dragon corpse. It did not have much power. However, for Lin Feng to dispel it so effortlessly, it still made him have a better understanding of Lin Feng's strength. After Lin Feng put away the sky dragon corpse, he said indifferently, "This seat agrees to this matter. It's just that looking at this Dharma treasure of yours, it's still some distance from the final step." Stonefeather answered frankly, "That's right. It still needs some time, but it's already right in front of us. At that time, I'll have to ask Sect Master Lin to make a move." Lin Feng stared at the illusion of light and shadow in front of him. His gaze passed through the layers of black mist and stopped on the image of the Dharma treasure that flashed with five-colored light. "Oh, I can indeed faintly sense the profoundness of the 9 glorious stars movement. When this Dharma treasure is fully activated, it can probably draw in the endless star power of the 9 glorious stars into its body as its driving force. This should be the result of Stonefeather refining a portion of the 9 glorious sky crumbling formation diagram into this Dharma treasure. As Lin Feng was analyzing this super dharma treasure of the great Qin dynasty, venerable swordsman Flying Snow returned to the sword world at the peak of the green Caltrip mountain range. The moment he arrived, he immediately realized that the situation was extremely tense. With Old Sword Immortal as the leader, a group of great sword cultivators stood together silently, facing off against another group of people in front of them. The person leading the other party was tall and burly, and he had an imposing aura. Just by standing there, he was like a huge sword that wanted to split the heaven and earth, extremely domineering and fierce. Venerable swordsman Flying Snow took a deep breath. Venerable Little Shang. This person was the sword master of the Shaoshang sword lineage, the fiercest of the 6 lineages of Shushan sword sect, Venerable Little Shang. Beside him, there were 3 other great sword cultivators, whose auras were in no way inferior to his. They stood there calmly. One of them had an elegant bearing and wore a smile on his face, but no one dared to belittle him. Clearly, he was standing there, but everyone present, including venerable swordsman Flying Snow, could not determine his true position. It was as if he was standing in many layers of time and space, representing countless possibilities and drifting about. Venerable swordsman Flying Snow was expressionless. Even Venerable Little Swordsman is here. Venerable Little Swordsman was the sword master grandmaster of the 6 lineages of Shushan sword lineage. Venerable Little Swordsman was the most agile and nimble of the 6 lineages of Shushan sword lineage, and was even hailed as the fastest sword Dao in the Divine Land. Its evaluation was even above the Cellerita's Sword Sect's Instant Sword Escape and the Heavenly Sword Sect's Heavenly Sword Escape. Venerable Little Swordsman was one of the few mystical abilities in the Divine Land that could allow cultivators below the Yuanying stage to traverse through space and assassinate. Most people thought that Shushan Little Swordsman was traversing through space and assassinating, while Cellerita's Sword Sect's Instant Sword Escape was infused with the profound concept of time. But that was for sword cultivators who had yet to form their primordial spirit. On Venerable Little Swordsman, who was already at the 2nd level of the primordial spirit realm, it was infused with the profound concepts of time and space, pushing Venerable Little Swordsman to the extreme. Beside the junior sword, Venerable was an old man with a simple and solemn face. His eyes were dull, and he seemed like a stubborn rock. It seemed as if nothing could arouse his interest, but at the same time, nothing could make him waver. It was Venerable Guan Chong, who Lin Feng had met once before. After experiencing the calamity of the cloudy forest realm, Venerable Guan Chong had also recuperated in Shushan for a long time. Until now, his vitality had not completely recovered, but this time he still rushed over. On the other side of Venerable Guan Chong was a middle-aged man dressed in hemp clothes, barefooted. The essence, spirit, and spirit of the Shushan sword cultivators were completely exposed, not concealed at all. The higher one's cultivation, the more it was so. The only exception was this hemp-clothed man. He did not emit any sword intent or spiritual power aura at all. He stood there normally, as if he was immortal in the secular world. But the person Venerable Flying Snow and the others feared the most was this person, the sword master of Shushan's Li Meng sword lineage. Li Meng sword lineage. Among Shushan's 6 lineages, sword lineage, Li Meng sword lineage was the most vicious and vicious. It had the most murderous and vicious aura. Its disciples were all numb to killing, and Venerable Fierce Sword Lineage himself was the great sword cultivator who killed the most in the entire Shushan. Ancient Killing God Sect, Southern Border Hua Clan, Reincarnation Sect, and Azura Path did not dare to boast about killing in front of Li Meng Sword Lineage. Venerable Fierce Sword Lineage looked at Venerable Flying Snow calmly and said expressionlessly, "Flying Snow, long time no see. You have finally refined your spirit to return to the void. Venerable Flying Snow was similarly expressionless. He only felt a tearing pain in the depths of his primordial spirit. That pain was not real, but it was deeply imprinted in the memories of Venerable Flying Snow's consciousness. 2,000 years ago, Venerable Flying Snow, who was still at the first tier of the primordial spirit realm, had once fought with Venerable Fierce Sword lineage. In the end, he was defeated by the other party's sword, and was even nearly killed on the spot. Even though Old Sword Immortal and the others looked calm, their gazes had turned solemn. Shushan's 6 Pal swords, the 6 great sword masters, were all at the second tier of the primordial spirit realm, great sword cultivators at the Void Return realm. Other than Venerable Lunar Sword, who had died in battle at the Great Thunderclap Monastery, and Venerable Xiaoyang, who had stayed in Shushan after Sect Master Exine Longsheng went into seclusion, the other 4 were all present. Other than these 4 great sword cultivators at the second tier of the primordial spirit realm, Shushan also had a few experts at the first tier of the primordial spirit realm present. Even though this gathering, which was led by Venerable Flying Snow and Venerable Brilliant Sword Sage, did not state it explicitly, it was obvious that it was targeted at Shushan. But when Venerable Xiaoshang and the others arrived, the others immediately felt the strength and overbearing dominance of Shushan. This was a colossus that required the other 8 members of the 9 Heavens Sword Union to join forces in order to barely resist. It was a powerful sect that even the entire great Qin dynasty would have to use all their strength to resist. It was the #1 Sword Dao sect in the world, alongside the Taishu Temple and the Great Thunderclap Monastery, as one of the 3 sacred grounds of the human cultivation world. The tall and burly Venerable Xiaoshang laughed boldly and said, "We have come uninvited, so please forgive us. It's just that, for fellow sword cultivators to gather here today, I wonder if there's something big happening?" Venerable Brilliant Sword Sage said calmly, "What big thing can there be? It's just a group of fellow sword cultivators having an exchange of sword Dao and learning from each other." Venerable Xiaoshang smiled slightly and said, "Oh, then we can be considered to be coincidentally here, so let's join in the fun. I believe fellow Taoists won't mind." Before Venerable Flying Snow and Venerable Brilliant Sword Sage said anything, Venerable Xiaoshang laughed loudly. "What's there to mind? Thousands of swords in the world come out of Shushan, and this is a Sword Dao alliance. How can it be proper without Shushan?" The moment he said that, the expressions of Old Sword Immortal, Venerable Flying Snow, Ben Lazy, Venerable Star Constellation, and the others changed, who knew that Venerable Xiaoshang's character was just as overbearing as his Xiaoshang sword. He did not leave any leeway for others and said, "We sword cultivators are decisive in killing, so we should make friends with our swords. An exchange of the way of the sword is not something that can be achieved through words alone. Let's have a real spar." He glanced sideways at Venerable Flying Snow and the others and laughed. "My Shushan will be the arena master. Who wants to fight with us?" As he said that, an overbearing sword Qi rushed into the sky and directly slashed through the sword world that Venerable Flying Snow had set up. Chapter 481. As Sword Venerable Little Shang laughed out loud, a domineering and ferocious sword Qi soared into the sky. It actually caused a crack to appear in the small world formed by Sword Venerable Flying Snow's sword intent and magic power. Amidst the flying snow, a crack suddenly appeared in the sky. It was as if a wound had appeared in this small world. It was mournful and dazzling. Venerable Flying Snow's expression turned ashen. The wind and snow within the sword world continued to howl, instantly turning berserk. However, they did not attack Venerable Little Shang. Even if the wind and snow blew past revered swordsman of Little Shang, it had no intention of attacking him. This was because Sword Venerable Li Meng, who looked like an ordinary person, had his sword intent firmly locked onto Sword Venerable Flying Snow, causing Sword Venerable Li Meng to not dare to be distracted at all. Everyone knew that Sword Venerable Li Meng didn't use his weapon, but once he did, he would definitely kill. Li Xiong of Mount Shu only needed one sword to kill. Usually, when he hid thousands of sword qis in his body, he had to endure the endless pain of being cut by thousands of blades. Before hurting the enemy, he would hurt himself first. However, in the instant that he drew his sword, all of his sword will and dermic powers burst forth. The swift and fierce attack that targeted a single point of attack could be said to be the best among the 6 lineages of Shushan. Honorable swordsman, Li said calmly, the swordsman Li of Shushan never leaves anyone alive. Flying Snow, in the past, when you and I were both at the first level of the primordial spirit realm, you managed to survive a single strike from me. I have always been looking for an opportunity to fight with you again. At this point, Sword Supremacy, Li Meng suddenly laughed. But after I refined my spirit to revert to the void, killing you, who was only at the first tier of the primordial soul realm, was really boring. Over the past 1,000 years, I've been waiting for you to attain the second tier of the primordial soul realm. Let us see the outcome of our unfinished battle 2,000 years ago today. Hearing that, Sword Venerable Flying Snow turned silent. Slowly, he closed his eyes. The sword world formed from his magic power, and sword intent suddenly melted away. Everyone found themselves in the void. Venerable Sword Flying Snow reopened his eyes and looked at Venerable Sword Li Meng calmly. Please. As he said this, a faintly discernible sword will spread out from his body and collided with the ominous swordsman's aura, which was about to explode. On the Shushan side, the junior sword lord, who had the mildest temperament, cast his gaze towards the heavenly sword sex Elder Sword Immortal. He smiled faintly and said, Elder Sword Immortal, you should be enjoying your fortune on the heavenly mountain. Why did you come all the way here? Although his tone was gentle, the fact that he had spoken made Sun Luminary Sword Venerable and the others shudder. They knew that this sword master grandmaster of lesser rule swords was about to make a move as well. Old Sword Immortal stroked his beard and smiled. I'm just a bag of old bones, so I have to move them. Otherwise, they will really rust. Junior Sword Venerate shook his head and laughed. Since that's the case, since it's rare for you to come out of the sky-piercing mountain, I naturally have to seize the opportunity to spar with you. Otherwise, I don't know when the next time will be. Old Sword Immortal, who had white hair and a ruddy complexion, did not have the slightest hesitation. He said straightforwardly, Of course. Your esteemed Sex Shaoza Sword artifact, my Heavenly Path Sword Sex Great Dao Heavenly Path Sword, plus the Cellerita's Sword Sex Instant Sword Escape, are publicly acknowledged as the 3 fastest Sword Dao abilities in the vast divine continent. Today, this old man will compete with Shaoza Sword Venerable to see who is faster. Junior Sword Venerate glanced at Cellerita's Sword Venerate at the side, smiling faintly. This matter has long been publicly agreed upon. Let's verify it today. At the side, Junior Sword Venerate was also staring at Cellerita's Sword Venerate, continuously shaking his head. Old friend, why are you doing this? The two of them had been friends for many years. Back then, when Junior Sword Venerate ascended the cloud-traversing peak, he even left behind a sword mark that contained the sword intent of his junior rule swords. By observing this sword mark, others could more or less understand some of the mysteries of the junior rule swords. The Cellerita's sword sect, also participating in this alliance meeting against Shushan, was out of the expectations of many people. Cellerita's Sword Venerate stood with his hands behind his back, his expression calm. Why ask when you already know the answer? The smile on Junior Sword Venerate's face gradually disappeared. He was also silent. Only after a long while did he lightly sigh. Ever since you took over the Cellerita's sword sect, you have been increasingly alienated from my Shushan. I was also forced to do so. Silently Sword Venerate Flowing Light said, "What you said is right, but at that time I had no enmity towards Shushan. I only hoped that the Celeritas sword sect could walk its own path and not always be under the shadow of Shushan, following them around like a servant. The Blaze Sword sect is happy to walk this path. I am not." Celerita's Sword Venerate Flowing Light's tone was calm from beginning to end. "But I never thought that Shushan would be so overbearing to actually be unable to even tolerate this little request of my Celerita's sword sect." When Celerita's Sword Venerate Sunlight and the others heard this, their faces all revealed a thoughtful expression, thinking in their hearts, Junior Sword Venerate Flowing Light left a sword mark for the Celerita's sword sect. On the surface it seems to be friendship, but thinking deeper, I'm afraid it doesn't have any good intentions. Junior Sword Venerate Flowing Light snorted. "Aren't you still going to rely on the Qin dynasty right now? Open your eyes and see clearly, no matter if it's the Qin dynasty or the Great Zhou dynasty. The thorns in their eyes are not only the aristocratic powers, but also the major sections." Celerita's Sword Venerate Flowing Light nodded his head, glancing at Celerita's Flying Snow, who was facing off with someone, and Celerita's Sword Venerate Sunlight, who was beside him. He said with emotion, "What you said is right, so no matter what, we have to thank the existence of Shushan. Even if they are grateful, they will not continue to walk together with Shushan, gradually becoming a vassal of Shushan. And it is precisely because of the pressure brought by Shushan that even if the sky falls, there is this big guy to hold it up. The Qin dynasty instead does not dare to make things difficult for the Celerita's sword sect, and even more enthusiastically tries to win them over and give preferential treatment. This already has nothing to do with personal friendship. It is completely a choice made by the person at the helm of a large sect that is most in line with the interests of his own sect. At the very beginning, Celerita's Sword Venerate Flowing Light did not want his sect to become a vassal of Shushan. His original plan was perhaps only to adjust the Celerita's sword sect's general policy, turning it into a middle ground like the Constellation Sword sect and the Wilderness Sword sect. But the Shushan Sword sect's response, using Celerita's Sword Venerate Little Shang to scheme against Celerita's Sword Venerate Flowing Light, enraged this great sword cultivator, making him change his mind and choose to lean towards the Qin dynasty. Celerita's sword sect definitely does not wish for Shushan to be destroyed. If that happens, it will be hard to avoid the result of the dogs being cooked when the hares are dead. But he is clearly very willing for Shushan to be taught a lesson, making Shushan restrain its overbearing style. Celerita's Sword Venerate Little Shang is expressionless. So, at the lakeside of the North Wind Sea, you deliberately lost the sword scar inscription I left for you to the master of Xian Gate. Shushan's Sword Venerate Little Shang is truly extraordinary. Even knowing that it will block my path of advancement, it still deeply attracts me. Celerita's Sword Venerate Flowing Light sighed. But it is also because I gave up your sword scar inscription that I finally walked back on the right track. Just as he was speaking, Celerita's Sword Venerate Flowing Light's body suddenly emitted a dazzling brilliance, transforming into a ray of light, flickering in the air, its whereabouts uncertain. This was the primordial spirit avatar that Celerita's Sword Venerate Little Shang had cultivated, the instantaneous flowing light Sword Dao. At this moment, he manifested his primordial spirit avatar, not to fight Celerita's Sword Venerate Little Shang, but to break through the bottleneck and advance to the second tier of the primordial spirit realm, the realm of refining the spirit to return to the void. In front of all the great sword cultivators, he had attained the second tier of the primordial spirit realm. Celerita's Sword Venerate Little Shang's expression was solemn, but he did not stop Celerita's Sword Venerate Flowing Light's actions. The ray of light formed by Celerita's Sword Venerate Flowing Light's primordial spirit was originally flickering, but at this moment, it suddenly became clear. It streaked across the void and did not dissipate for a long time, gradually forming the outline of a figure. It was in the shape of a longsword. It did not have a physical body, only a silhouette formed by the light. However, it exuded an elusive and powerful intent of power. It was like a fleeting stream of light. That instant was so short that it flashed by in a hurry, difficult to grasp or capture. This longsword was like an independent world, floating outside the void of the heaven primordial world. Within the longsword, there were countless lights and shadows changing. In the time it took to snap a finger, it changed 60 times. Each light and shadow was a different image. When Celerita's sword venerate saw this scene, he silently said, "Congratulations, fellow Taoist." Old Sword Immortal, Ben Lazy, Astral Constellation Sword Venerate, and the others also said in unison, "Congratulations, fellow Taoist." Even Sword Venerate Little Shang sighed, "Old friend, congratulations." The group of primordial spirit experts congratulated him in unison. They congratulated Celerita's Sword Venerate Flowing Light for successfully refining his spirit to return to the void, condensing his own void, returning Dharma body, and advancing to the second tier of the primordial spirit realm. Even Sword Venerate Little Shang gave up on Old Sword Immortal. He looked over and said with a smile, "If I remember correctly, this is the 5th cultivator in the entire Celerita's sword sex history to refine his spirit to return to the void, right? In my lifetime, I have yet to spar with a second-tier primordial spirit realm cultivator from the Celerita's sword sect. Today, let me witness a void returning realm cultivator's instantaneous sword escape." Sword Venerate Little Shang shook his head. "He is mine." As he said this, a majestic and domineering sword intent soared into the sky, shaking the entire void. Its target was Sword Venerate Flowing Light. Sword Venerate Flowing Light dispersed his void, returning Dharma body, and regained his human form. The sharp and ethereal sword intent similarly aimed at Sword Venerate Little Shang. Sword Venerate Little Shang chuckled, lightly, not getting angry. He turned to look at the heavenly sword sex Old Sword Immortal and said with a smile, "I was just curious." "Old Sword Immortal, please don't blame me." Old Sword Immortal said indifferently, "How could that be? Even this old man has sparred with a void-returning realm cultivator from the Celerita's sword sect. It has already been several thousand years. Seeing it today, I am also a little moved." Sword Venerate Little Shang smiled faintly and did not say anything else. His figure flashed, and his sword intent surged, instantly seeming to transform into several tens of himself. This was not the shadow clone technique, but rather Sword Venerate Little Shang pushing his sword Tao cultivation to the extreme. His primordial spirit escaped into many layers of space and time. It was the same logic as Lin Feng using Jade Capital Mountain to manifest many possibilities of time in the cloudy forest world. Seeing this, Old Sword Immortal also displayed his own great Tao heavenly sword technique. His body transformed into endless sword light, his aura surging like a bull. He instantly traversed through endless space and clashed with Sword Venerate Little Shang. At the same time, Sword Venerate Little Shang and Sword Venerate Flowing Light, Sword Venerate Fierce Li, and Sword Venerate Flying Snow also began their respective battles. Although Sword Venerate Flying Snow dispersed his sword realm, the group of primordial spirit big shots still remained in the void. They did not return to the great Thousand Worlds Divine Lands green Caltrop Mountain ranges, Tianjia Peak. With so many great sword cultivators proficient in killing engaging in a chaotic battle, it was impossible to destroy the Divine Land as a whole. However, completely destroying the great Qin dynasty's Lin province and the entire green Caltrop Mountain range was no suspense. Only by using the void as a battlefield could a battle of this level be accommodated. And in another alternate dimension, Lin Feng also felt the commotion. His gaze narrowed Slightly. Looks like there are uninvited guests. Chapter 482. Honorable Swordsman. Guanchong had experienced the calamity of the cloudy forest realm and had yet to recover, so he could only stand by the side to guard the other 3 sword masters. But no matter how low-key he was still a sword cultivator who had refined his spirit to the void. As long as he stood there, he would be a deterrent, making others not dare to act rashly. Although the great Qin dynasty did not make it clear that the gathering was organized this time, it was actually targeted at Shushan. They wanted to cause some trouble for Shushan within the Nine Heavens Sword Union. The Shushan sword sect naturally would not sit idly by when they heard the news. In the end, 4 Void Reversion Realm Sword Masters attacked together. Apart from them, there were also Honorable Swordsman Ning Lang and a group of first-tier Primordial Spirit Realm Sword cultivators. Shushan was deliberately establishing their might this time. The number of experts present was impressively more than all the sword cultivators attending the gathering combined, and they were even stronger. Honorable Swordsman Tong Tian, Honorable Swordsman Thunderbolt, Honorable Swordsman Vastsi, and some second-tier Primordial Spirit realm experts of the Great Qin dynasty did not come, causing an awkward scene at the gathering. Shushan, with the power of one sect, completely crushed the alliance of the other factions. Even if Honorable Swordsman Streamlight successfully broke through on the front lines, they only had 3 second-tier Primordial Spirit realm experts on their side. Coincidentally, Shushan Sword Sect's strong attack this time was also very targeted, specifically targeting the Heavenly Sword Sect, the Great Qin Dynasty, and the Celeritas Sword Sect. As the second strongest sword sect in the Nine Heavens Sword League, the Heavenly Sword Sect was naturally the focus of Shushan Sword Sect's suppression. They wanted to teach them who was the absolute boss of the Nine Heavens Sword League, and who was the #1 sword holy land in the world. The Great Qin Dynasty was the instigator of this gathering targeting Shushan. The main culprit would definitely not let him off. Sword Honorable Li Xiong was really determined to kill this time. He wanted to kill Sword Honorable Flying Snow here and teach the Great Qin Dynasty a lesson. Celerita's sword sect appeared as traitors and would not be let off either. As for the Sun Moon Sword Sect, which was a vassal of Great Qin, and the Thunderclap Sword Sect, which was a vassal of the Heavenly Sword Sect, the Constellation Sword Sect, which had always been neutral, and the Songhai Sword Sect, which was connected to the Great Zhou Dynasty, mainly acted as a deterrent. In the endless void, the concept of distance seemed to have been lost. Countless sword lights flashed in the space, and the sky and earth were turned upside down. Old Immortal Sword, Sword Venerable Flying Snow, and Sword Venerable Streamlight were experts that had attained the second tier of the Essence Soul realm. Old Immortal Sword, in particular, had already attained the Tao 10,000 years ago. His great Tao leads to the Heavenly Sword had been cultivated to the point of perfection, but at this moment, the 3 of them were facing the 3 great sword masters of the Mount Shu Sword Sect, and they were all at a disadvantage. Sword Venerable Solar Luminary, and the others frowned as they watched. Ben Lazy's expression was gloomy as he stared at Old Sword Immortal and Junior Sword Venerable. In the Mount Shu Sword Sect's camp, a man in brocade clothes with a hooked nose looked at Ben Lazy calmly. "Why? Do you also want to come down and exchange swordsmanship? If you have this intention, I, Ning, will accept it." The Thunderbolt Sword Sect's Sword Tao has always been regarded as the most ferocious sword Tao mystique apart from Mount Shu's Shaoshang sword. You seem to have recently attained the primordial spirit. I can help you test its quality. The person who spoke was Sword Venerable of Broken Mountain Ning Lang. The way of the sword that he practiced was the Shaoshang sword. Although his tone was calm, it caused Ben Lazy's expression to change slightly. Ning Lang glanced at Ben Lazy and said silently, Do you have any objections? All the swords in the world come from Mount Shu. In the past, the founding ancestor of your Thunderbolt sword sect personally came to Mount Shu's Shaoshang Peak to seek guidance. Why? Don't the people of the Thunderbolt sword sect know about it? As though it was a footnote to Ning Lang's words, an extremely resplendent and vigorous sword light pierced through the heavens and earth in the void, erupting with a powerful energy that made everyone's heart tremble. Accompanying this sharp and ruthless sword light with spiritual energy, snowflakes suddenly fell from the endless void. Upon closer inspection, those snowflakes were actually condensed by Sword Venerable Flying Snow's sword will. But at this moment, the sword will was gradually dissipating. As the snowflakes fell, they constantly disintegrated and eventually disappeared without a trace. In the beginning, there were only a few snowflakes, but as time went on, they seemed to be endless. But no matter how many snowflakes there were, they could only end up with dust on the ground. This was the sword will condensed by Sword Venerable Flying Snow, but it was actually destroyed by someone at its core. It lost its original strength and concept, and eventually became rotten. In the void, a large amount of snowflakes gathered to form a white-robed, middle-aged man. He was Sword Venerable Flying Snow. Even though his appearance did not change much, everyone present was an expert who had cultivated the sword Tao for thousands of years. They could tell that Sword Venerable Flying Snow had lost. At this moment, even though Sword Venerable Flying Snow's appearance did not change, his temperament seemed to have changed from a peerless divine sword that radiated with cold light to a rusty, empty shell of a piece of scrap metal. Sword Venerable Flying Snow looked at Sword Venerable Li Meng, who was slowly walking out of the dark space, and muttered to himself, 2,000 years of bitter cultivation is still not enough. Sword Venerable Sunlight, and the others fell silent, looking at Sword Venerable Li Meng, who seemed to have turned back into an ordinary person. They all felt their hearts sink. Most sword cultivators did not practice spiritual techniques or refine immortal treasures. They only used their long swords to battle the world. Even primordial spirit experts only used their swords and did not rely on external objects. This was because their attacks were sharp, and they were especially ferocious in fights. Their actual combat ability was usually outstanding among cultivators of the same realm, and Shushan Sword Sect was even more so a model. Their name was praised throughout the ages. There had always been a private saying in the heaven primordial world that Shushan cultivators are one level higher. This meant that in actual combat, any Shushan sword cultivator could fight against other cultivators that were at least one small realm higher. The 3 tiers of the primordial spirit stage were primordial spirit incarnation, refined spirit to void, and void fusion. They were different from the early, middle, and late stages of the Yuanying stage, or the early, middle, and late stages of the Golden Elixir period and Foundation Establishment stage. The difference between each tier was much greater. The difference in strength might not be an insurmountable chasm, but in terms of cultivation difficulty, the 3 primordial spirit stage were basically equivalent to the difference between 3 major realms. And among the Shushan cultivators, there had once been someone who proudly claimed that Shushan first-tier primordial spirit stage sword cultivators could fight against second-tier primordial spirit stage cultivators from other sections. Shushan refined spirit to void cultivators could fight against void fusion cultivators from other sections. This saying had never been publicly acknowledged by the Shushan sword sect, nor had it been verified. However, there would be no smoke without fire. The existence of such a rumor proved the strength of the Shushan sword Tao. The scene before them seemed to prove this point. Venerable swordsman Fluttering Snow, who was also at the second-tier primordial spirit stage, was defeated by Venerable swordsman Li Meng without a chance to retaliate. This scene seemed to serve as a warning to Venerable Solar Luminary and the others. What kind of colossus were they trying to fight against? Looking at the other two battles, it was even more chilling. Venerable swordsman, Little Shang's incarnation spanned tens of thousands of feet, like a celestial river. His cold and domineering sword light forced Venerable Swordsman Streamlight, who was also at the second-tier primordial spirit stage, to the point that he could only use the speed advantage of the instant sword escape to dodge. He did not dare to face it head-on. An old sword immortal, who had tempered his dermic powers and sword Tao for 10,000 years, could not gain any advantage against Venerable Swordsman Little Shang, who was not even half his age. He was even forced into a disadvantageous position. The situation was getting more and more dangerous. Venerable swordsman, fluttering snow's sword intent spread across the sky. It was ever-changing and had shocking destructive power. It could instantly shatter the entire void. Old Sword Immortal's great Tao heavenly sword had brilliant sword light that shot up into the 9 heavens. It was a power that pierced through the heavens and earth, completely ignoring the barriers of time and space. Celestial light sword sex, instant sword escape, comprehended the mysteries of time, and grasped the true meaning of instant, one of the 2 extremes of time. It grasped the profound meaning of instant, which was 1/60th of a flick of a finger. The Thunderbolt sword sex sword Tao was extremely violent and unyielding. The Constellation sword sex sword Tao used the sword Tao to manifest the changes of thousands of stars. Every sword Tao contained great power, and each contained boundless profundities. However, in front of the Shushan sword Tao, all of them paled in comparison. Shushan's 6 meridian swords were all different, but all of them had reached the pinnacle within their own domain, becoming the pinnacle of similar sword Taos. And their source, the heavenly immortal sword Qi, was even stronger. It was so extensive that it contained all of the sword Taos of the divine land. All the swords in the world came from Shushan. It was an incomparably harsh sentence, but Old Sword Immortal, Ben Lazy, Venerable Sun Luminary, and the others could not refute it. Duan Yu, don't waste your breath. Venerable Guan Chong said indifferently, we previously received news that the Mystic Gates sect master, Lin Feng, is also here. Other than the sky-piercing Great Qin and Liu Guang families, this person is also the main person. Ning Lang nodded, with the 6 meridian swords gathered. This person can no longer be arrogant. Venerable Guan Chong said, although that Lin Feng's sword Tao is sharp, he did not dare to face sect master head-on in the cloudy forest world. It can be seen that the heavenly immortal sword Qi can restrain this person's sword Tao. Sect master said that his sword Tao is of great use to our Shushan, and this is our chance. That's right. If we can capture this person, it's naturally for the best. Ning Lang answered, even if we can't capture him, we have to get the foundations of his sword Tao out of him. Oh, so Shushan cares so much about me? The 2 of them conversed, and before their voices finished, a crack suddenly tore open in the void. Surging purple Qi gushed out from within. Following that, a figure dressed in purple robes slowly walked out from the spatial crack. It was Lin Feng. Seeing Lin Feng, Ning Lang's heart suddenly turned cold. Lin Feng's shocking sword that day surfaced in his mind again, making his heart palpitate. As a sword cultivator, his will was firm towards something that threatened him. His first reaction was not to fear and submit, but to kill the other party by all means possible. At this moment, facing Lin Feng again, thinking of how his side had sent out all the experts this time around, Ning Lang's heart instantly calmed down. Looking at Lin Feng, he said, you are also here to participate in this gathering to have an exchange of sword Tao? That couldn't be better. After our last meeting, I have always wanted to experience your sword Tao again. Lin Feng swept a glance over him, and then looked at the other Shushan sword cultivators. His gaze lingered on Honorable Swordsman Guan Chong, Honorable Swordsman Li, and the other two sword masters for a moment, a playful smile on his lips. What? Only when you have enough people standing behind you will you have the courage to draw your sword. Ning Lang did not answer, but growled, "Draw your sword." He directly shed his human form, transforming into a huge bronze sword that was 10 meters long and as wide as a door. It was thick and powerful, fierce and domineering, and exuded a powerful aura. Immediately, Ning Lang pushed the power of his Xiaoshang sword to the limit. "Draw your sword." Lin Feng smiled. "I had thought that you were a sword cultivator and had some backbone, but now it seems that you are completely unworthy of my sword." Suddenly, a black and white taiji pattern appeared on his forehead, constantly intertwining and rotating from the taiji diagram. Tens of thousands of golden flames suddenly surged out, landing in the air and instantly transforming into a fiery figure that faced Ning Lang. Chapter 483. Lin Feng himself stood motionless on the spot. A taiji symbol appeared on his forehead, and from the taiji symbol, large amounts of golden flames surged out. These golden flames rapidly transformed into a giant that was more than 200 zhang tall in the air. Its entire body shone with a dazzling golden light, as though thousands of golden needles had gathered together. It was extremely glaring, and these golden needles were all extremely condensed flames. One of the 7 great true fires in the world, the true sun fire godlight. The moment this flame giant appeared in the air, a violent feeling of power shook the entire void, shocking everyone. This golden flame giant's robes fluttered in the wind, and his outer appearance was exactly the same as Lin Feng's. His facial features were also the same as Lin Feng's, except that be it his clothes or skin, they were all formed from dazzling golden flames. A sun-like symbol gradually appeared on the forehead of the flame giant Lin Feng, as though it was burning fiercely on his forehead. Standing in the void, he was like the sun, incomparably dazzling. 4 symbols, heaven-opening scripture. Fire, great sun god fist. Without waiting for Sword Venerable of Broken Mountains, Ning Lang to react, the golden flame giant Lin Feng directly punched out. The void suddenly exploded, and there was a fiery red. In the center of the spatial turbulence, there was only a blazing sun hanging high in the sky. Everything in the world returned to silence, and only this blazing sun shone like the sun in the sky, becoming the supreme ruler of this world, the one and only emperor. My light and heat give life to all living things, and my light and heat can also instantly destroy all living things. The life and death of all living things in the world depend on my words. Xu Shan's Xiaoshang sword was fierce and forceful, incomparably domineering. It was the most ferocious sword Dao mystique in the divine land, but at this moment, facing this punch from Lin Feng, it actually felt powerless. If you are domineering, I will be even more domineering. This was the concept of the power of this punch from Lin Feng. The huge bronze sword formed by Ning Lang's primordial spirit seemed to have become a broken piece of straw at this moment, and was directly sent flying by Lin Feng's great sun god fist. The huge sword flew back thousands of li before it stopped moving. Its surface was covered in cracks like a spider web, and it was incomparably miserable. The edges of the sword began to shatter, and the giant sword wailed in despair. It was about to be completely shattered by Lin Feng's punch. Honorable Swordsman Guan Chong quickly flashed to the side of the huge sword. He used his own Guan Chong sword's sword intent and dermic powers to stabilize the huge sword that was about to shatter. This huge sword was Ning Lang's primordial spirit incarnation. If he allowed it to shatter, Ning Lang would die here. A first-tier essence soul sword cultivator, Sword Venerable of Broken Mountains, Ning Lang of Mount Shu's Xiaoshang swordsmithing faction, was almost killed by Lin Feng with a single punch. Even soared Venerable Solar Luminary, and the others were stunned by what they saw. When they looked at Lin Feng again, they could not help but feel a chill in their hearts. Isn't he a sword cultivator? Why does my primordial spirit avatar look like this? Wait, that's not right. Sun, Luminary Sword, Venerable's eyes widened. This isn't his nascent divinity incarnation at all. This is just one of his divine ability Dharmakaya. Ben Lazy, Star Constellation Sword Venerable, and the others gasped in unison. They saw two figures, one big and one small, standing in the void. The big one was naturally the giant formed from golden flames. The small one was standing silently behind the giant. It was Lin Feng himself. He was standing there perfectly fine, not revealing his primordial spirit avatar at all. The flame giant in front of him that had sent Ning Lang flying with a single punch was completely formed from his dermic powers. It had nothing to do with his primordial spirit avatar at all. This golden flame giant was known as the Great Sun Emperor. It was a divine ability Dharmakaya that was formed from the fist will of the Great Sun Divine Fist and his dermic powers of Lin Feng. It was the product of a divine ability Dharmakaya that had been cultivated to the extreme. Although its power was strong, it was only formed temporarily from dermic powers. It could not even be considered a clone. It could barely be considered an external body. However, its power was much weaker than the primordial spirit avatar that a cultivator could truly manifest. To be able to cultivate a divine ability Dharmakaya, firstly, a primordial spirit cultivator had to cultivate their own divine ability Dharmakaya to the great perfection realm. Secondly, the divine ability itself had to be strong enough. There were very few techniques that could cultivate a divine ability Dharmakaya, other than Lin Feng. There were other primordial spirit experts who had condensed their own divine ability Dharmakaya. Divine ability Dharmakaya had many benefits. It could be gathered and dispersed at any time. Even if it was damaged, it would not harm the foundation. However, it was not often used during the crucial moments of life and death. This was because it could weaken the power of the primordial spirit avatar. Usually, when using a divine ability Dharmakaya, it was either the two parties were just testing each other, or when one party was far stronger than the other party, or when the main body could not leave, the divine ability Dharmakaya would travel far away and replace the main body to fight. However, for Lin Feng to use a divine ability Dharmakaya to almost shatter the primordial spirit avatar of Shu Shan's sword Venerable of Broken Mountains with a single punch, the power was truly terrifying. The void was distorted. Venerable Li Meng, who originally wanted to kill Venerable Flying Snow, gave up on his opponent and rushed towards Lin Feng. The sword will around his body surged and was extremely sharp. Last year, I wanted to go to Kunlun Mountain, but was stopped by Taishu Temple. Today, I can finally get my wish. As Venerable Li Meng spoke, a dazzling cold light started surging from his body. In an instant, it was as though thousands of sword lights were shooting out from his body. His entire body was wrapped in sword lights, and he was filled with ferocity and killing intent. And in the void far away, a sword hum shook the sky. The brilliant sword lights were like the Milky Way flowing in reverse, tearing everything in front of it apart. It also slashed towards Lin Feng's head. It was Venerable Little Shang. He gave up on Venerable Flowing Light, who had been chasing after him, and also charged towards Lin Feng. Gathering chicken feathers to gather your courage. Ganging up on me? Lin Feng laughed. The divine ability avatar of the Great Sun Emperor in front of him waved its fist towards Venerable Little Shang. Lin Feng himself was still standing in the void, and the Taiji diagram on his forehead revolved again. Instantly, rays of jade light surged. As the waves surged, endless jade light extended towards the vast and boundless void. Very quickly, it turned into a jade-green tide, boundless and boundless. In the void, a sea suddenly appeared out of nowhere. As the tide rolled, there were suddenly huge waves. In the sea, there was a huge whirlpool that kept revolving. A huge amount of heaven and earth spiritual energy was sucked into this huge whirlpool. The whirlpool became bigger and bigger until it finally expanded to a radius of 100 miles. At the bottom of the deep whirlpool, there was suddenly a shocking energy wave. A tall figure gradually rose up, similar to the great Sun Emperor. He was also over 200 feet tall. His facial features and clothing were exactly the same as Lin Feng himself. It was just that this tall figure was completely jade green, and it shone with a bright luster. Another divine ability avatar. Venerable Li Meng's eyes flashed fiercely. His ferocious sword will suddenly exploded, turning into a fierce sword light that pierced towards the giant rising from the Jade Sea. The sword light was incomparably resplendent. Within the sword light, countless sword chi and sword intent surged, and the sword will turned into a physical form. It was even more shocking and ferocious than Venerable Little Shang's Little Shang sword. 4 symbols heaven opening book, water, boundless sea art. That jade green giant was called the Boundless Sea Emperor. It was a divine ability avatar formed from Lin Feng's boundless sea art. Facing the fierce, venerable Li Meng, it immediately went up. Whoosh! What was shocking was that the Boundless Sea Emperor avatar, which looked no weaker than the great Sun Emperor, was actually sliced in half by venerable Li Meng's sword light. Could it be that it is just for show? Just as this thought rose in the minds of the crowd, they saw the jade waves below the Boundless Sea Emperor. As the waves surged, the Boundless Sea Emperor's already broken body rapidly recovered to its original state. Then, Lazy seemed to wake up from a dream. The Jade Sea is endless, but this body is indestructible. Unless it can destroy the entire Jade Sea in one go, this divine ability avatar is immortal and can regenerate endlessly. Venerable Star Constellation Sword asked doubtfully, but how can it defeat the enemy with just strong regenerative abilities? At this moment, someone walked out from the Shushan camp. I will handle it. Martial Uncle, please attack the heart of the enemy. This was a great sword cultivator at the first tier of the primordial spirit transformation realm. His name was Venerable Moon Reflector, and he was currently the strongest cultivator of the Great Yin Sword faction. The entire Shushan had high hopes for him. Once he reached the second tier of the primordial spirit transformation realm, he would take over the title of Venerable Moon Sword Lord and become the new sword master of the Great Yin Sword faction. In fact, he was now temporarily in charge of the daily affairs of the Great Yin Sword faction. This person unleashed his swordsmanship cultivation of the Tyne sword, entangling the reformed Boundless Ocean Emperor like clouds and mist. Without needing Venerable Moon Reflector to say anything, Venerable Li Meng had already taken advantage of the moment the Boundless Sea Emperor was destroyed to bypass the Jade Sea and attack Lin Feng himself. But the next moment, all his hair stood on end. He turned back in shock and saw the reformed Boundless Sea Emperor forming a sword seal with his right hand. Countless sword gleams burst forth from his body, and the ferocious sword will made everyone pale with fright. It was not that this sword was strong, but that this sword was a living replica of Shushan's Venerable Li's sword. How is this possible? Venerable Li Meng was undoubtedly the most shocked person. In the entire Shushan, other than the third-tier primordial spirit transformation, realm sect, master Exine Longsheng, and a few grand supreme elders, he was the strongest cultivator of the Venerable Li sword. He could tell at a glance whether the other party had imitated it or had truly comprehended the essence of this sword Dao, although it was still a little shaky, although there were some changes. Fundamentally, the sword that the Boundless Sea Emperor had used was the Venerable Li, Sword of Shushan. Venerable Moon Reflector hurriedly dodged, and Venerable Li Meng also forcefully stopped his forward momentum, evading the Boundless Sea Emperor's shocking sword. And the Boundless Sea Emperor's performance had just begun. After the Venerable Li sword, the sword's seal changed, and the 200-meter-tall giant unleashed an incomparably gentle sword Dao. The sky was filled with sword chi, like clouds and mist. Venerable Moon Reflector almost vomited blood. F***CK. The Great Een Sword. It was extremely gentle, ethereal, and unpredictable sword will. The sword Dao that the Boundless Sea Emperor was currently using was another sword Dao of Shushan's 6 Meridians sword Dao, the Great Een Sword. From the sidelines, Ben Lazy and Venerable Star Constellation looked at each other. Even though they were on the same side as Lin Feng, they still felt bitter in their mouths. Could it be that anyone who fights with this Dharmakaya will instantly comprehend the mystique and spiritual arts? For a moment, everyone's gazes landed on Lin Feng, who was standing quietly in the void. They saw him smiling as he leisurely watched his 2 Mystique clones fight with the 2 second-tier primordial spirit realm sword cultivators from the Shushan sword sect, who were in an earth-shattering battle. Chapter 484. The Boundless Ocean Emperor intimidated the crowd, and the Great Sun Emperor did not let him have the upper hand. A strong light burst forth from the Great Sun Emperor's body, and a bright light gathered in his palm, turning into a sun, rising up and shining brightly. In the next moment, this sun suddenly disappeared, like a heavenly dog swallowing the sun. Even the Great Sun Emperor's body, formed from pure golden flames, fell into darkness, like a black hole that swallowed up all light. In this darkness, the Great Sun Emperor's avatar gave off a terrifying aura that made one's heart palpitate. Its power was condensed, like a calamity. It was as if, as long as he willed it, he could destroy the space that everyone was in with a wave of his hand. Great Sun God Fist, Sun Eclipse Change. Lin Feng's Great Sun God Fist was obtained after combining the power of the sun's true fire with the grand concept of the creation of heaven and earth, and it was extremely powerful. And this eclipse transformation's first transformation was to burn up the essence of sunlight and the true fire's divine light in an instant, so that one could instantly erupt with combat power that was far beyond ordinary. This extremely ferocious fist clashed with the Little Shang sword, and the result was that sword Venerable Little Shang was sent flying. The majestic sword light that was like the Milky Way shattered into thousands of streams of light, scattering in all directions. It was as if a treasured sword that could cut through metal like mud had clashed head-on with a huge hammer. No matter how sharp it was, it could not withstand such a violent collision. The Great Sun Yen Emperor's avatar wavered on the spot, and the power of the sun eclipse change dissipated. The flames lit up once more, and there were some places that had been slashed by the Shaoshang sword, but these wounds did not weaken the Great Sun Yen Emperor, but made him even more ferocious. The sword light dissipated, revealing a sword-wielding man with a strong aura. He was 100 feet tall, holding a huge sword, and had a stern face, his eyes like lightning. It was Sword Venerable Little Shang's Void Return avatar. At the last moment, Sword Venerable Little Shang displayed his strongest move, transforming his primordial spirit into a Void Return avatar, which was why he did not follow in Ning Lang's footsteps, and was almost killed by Lin Feng's Great Sun God Fist. Sword Venerable Guan Chong looked at this scene in shock. He has such powerful battle power just with his avatar. Could it be that back then in the Cloud Forest world, he was afraid of the complicated situation, so he wasn't willing to make a move? Or could it be that the one in Cloud Forest realm back then was simply just a clone of his? Taking a deep breath, Sword Venerable Guanchong suppressed all his questions and said in a deep voice, "Don't worry about Sword Immortal anymore." Almost before he opened his mouth, Sword Lord Shaoza, who had been suppressing old Sword Immortal in the distance, had already withdrawn. Like Sword Lord Xiaoshang, he abandoned his original opponent and charged toward Lin Feng. In the blink of an eye, the junior sword venerable crossed the endless space and arrived in front of Lin Feng. He snorted and transformed into a swordsman who was 20 feet tall, wearing a tall hat and ancient clothes. The long sword in his hand turned into a cold gleam. The cold light flashed and instantly turned into a sky full of starlight. In an instant, it traversed thousands of space-time and aimed at Lin Feng. Learning from Sword Lord Xiaoshang and Sword Lord Li Meng's lessons, Sword Lord Xiaoza revealed his void return dermic physique right from the start. On the other side, Sword Lord Guanchong disregarded the fact that his vital qi had yet to recover and also revealed his void return dermic physique. He transformed into the image of a burly man who was 70 feet tall and carried a huge sword. That huge sword was round and edgeless, looking like a huge iron bar. However, it possessed an aura that could suppress all nothingness and bear the weight of 1,000 caddies. In addition to Sword Lord Xiaoshang and Sword Lord Li Meng, the 4 Great Void Return Realm Sword Masters of Mount Shu Sword Sect attacked Lin Feng together. Lin Feng still had a calm expression on his face. He raised his hand and lightly tapped the space between his eyebrows. 2 more powerful energy concepts rushed out from the Tai Chi runes on his forehead. When these 2 concepts landed in the void, they also instantly transformed into 2 huge human figures that were over 2,000 feet tall. Their facial features and appearance were exactly the same as Lin Feng, the Great Sun Emperor, and the Boundless Ocean Emperor. Shockingly, they were 2 of Lin Feng's divine ability dermic bodies again. For symbols, heaven opening scripture. Wind, divine time wind. 4 symbols, heaven opening scripture. Earth, heaven bearing seal. A formless, shadowless, and colorless storm condensed in the void, transforming into an almost transparent giant. This was the dermic body that Lin Feng had transformed from the divine time wind divine ability. Its name was Divine Time Wind Emperor, and it went up to meet Sword Lord Xiaoshang. Sword Lord Xiaoshang used his sword will and spiritual power to the extreme. As the sword light changed, it transformed into a myriad of stars. This was not a feint, nor was it an illusion. Every sword light that was like a cold star was real. Just one sword strike was enough to severely injure or even kill a primordial spirit transformation realm expert. Each ray of sword light represented a possibility in that instant. Facing Sword Lord Xiaoshang, Wind Emperor chanted, "The vicissitudes of the world in an instant. A flash of light has passed for 1,000 years." Power surged around him, and a sharp astral wind instantly swept through the surrounding space, enveloping all of Sword Lord Xiaoshang's sword light. There was a strange tremor in the space, and all the sword light disappeared. All that was left was a short swordsman wearing a high crown and ancient robes. The long sword in his hand was flashing with a cold light. All the onlookers were stunned. This was because they had just witnessed this scene. It was the exact moment when Sword Lord Xiaoshang was about to unleash his return to Void Stage Dharma body. In the next instant, the tip of the long sword in his hand transformed into a cold light, and it was about to transform into thousands of sword lights that entered different planes of time to assassinate Lin Feng. But now, this scene was replaying before everyone's eyes. Sword Lord Solar Luminary, and the others naturally didn't think that they were seeing things or that they were hallucinating. There was only one reason for this, and that was that Wind Emperor Xiaoshang's power had forcibly reversed the flow of time in the space where Sword Lord Xiaoshang had just been. Although it was only for a short instant, it was already astonishing enough. Sword Lord Xiaoshang was a sword cultivator of the return to Void Stage, and he had also cultivated in a divine ability like Sword Lord Xiaoshang. He had also comprehended some of the mysteries of time. His consciousness was extremely clear, and he immediately understood what had happened. However, Wind Emperor Xiaoshang had already taken advantage of this opportunity to close in on Sword Lord Xiaoshang before Sword Lord Xiaoshang could unleash its power. Powerful gales of wind swept violently towards Sword Lord Xiaoshang's return to void stage Dharma body, forcing Sword Lord Xiaoshang into a sorry state. Meanwhile, on the other side, streaks of earthy yellow light converged to form a mighty giant. The giant made a seal with both hands before crushing down toward Sword Lord Guanchong. A powerful power-intent realm emanated from the giant's body. It wasn't sharp or ferocious, but it was extremely heavy, powerful, and indestructible. It was like the earth that bore the weight of the heavens and nurtured all things. Any power that fell upon the earth would be able to withstand it. At the same time, the earth was also extremely heavy, capable of suppressing all things and preventing them from wreaking havoc. The return to void stage Dharma body, manifested by Sword Lord Guan, Chong advanced toward Lin Feng step by step with the ancient and solemn sword intent of Sword Lord Guan Chong. However, he didn't expect to encounter Lin Feng's Dharma body, Emperor of Heaven and Earth, which was condensed from the heaven-bearing seal divine ability. It was a battle of clumsiness against clumsiness, a battle of great ingenuity against great ingenuity. Even though Sword Lord Guanchong had unleashed his own sword realm, he was still unable to withstand the increasingly heavy pressure. In the Mount Shu sword sex camp, a middle-aged man with a calm and composed aura unsheathed his sword to assist Sword Lord Guanchong. The sword projection he unleashed was pure gold. It wasn't ostentatious or sharp. Instead, it was calm and heavy, like a mountain that could hold up the seas and the heavens. However, in the face of this sword, many people felt as if they were a head shorter. They felt guilty and could only kneel down obediently, repent their sins, and peacefully await execution. The Xiaoyang sword was the most neutral and peaceful sword among the 6 lineages of Mount Shu. It was the most difficult to cultivate, but after mastering it, it would be flawless and without any flaws. It was widely recognized as the strongest of the 6 lineages. Sword Lord Xiaoyang was guarding his hometown in Mount Shu and didn't come to Tianjia Peak. However, there was someone from the Xiaoyang sword sect who came with Sword Lord Guanchong and the others. It was the number 1 expert of the Xiaoyang sword sect, second only to the sword master, Sword Lord Qingtian. Although he was only at the first tier of the primordial spirit transformation realm, his aura was as imposing as a mountain. Even the second tier of the primordial spirit transformation realm, Sword Lord Flying Snow and Sword Lord Streamlight, didn't dare to underestimate him. Sword Lord Qingtian wanted to use the Xiaoyang sword to assist Sword Lord Guanchong to break through Lin Feng's Emperor of Heaven's seal. However, Lin Feng didn't take it to heart at all. The 200 zhang tall Emperor of Heaven and Earth formed a seal with both hands and continued to press down, directly suppressing Sword Lord Qingtian. The neutral and calm golden sword light couldn't hold on under the immense power of the divine land and kept trembling. Sword Lord Xiaoshang and Sword Lord Xiaoza joined in the siege against Lin Feng. Sword Lord Streamlight and Sword Lord Old Immortal were able to extricate themselves and returned to the side of Sword Lord Solar Luminary and the others. Everyone looked at everything that was happening in front of them in shock. They saw Lin Feng with his hands behind his back. He had a calm expression on his face, and there was even a relaxed smile on his lips. As for the 4 divine ability avatars that he manifested, they each displayed their unique abilities. Not only did they fight against Sword Lord Xiaoshang, Sword Lord Xiaoza, Sword Lord Guanchong, and Sword Lord Li Xiong, they even brought Sword Lord Moonreflector and Sword Lord Qingtian along with them. Fighting 1 against 6, he suppressed 6 primordial spirit transformation realm sword cultivators of Mount Shu and gained the upper hand. Even until now, Lin Feng hadn't revealed his primordial spirit incarnation. Sword Lord Flying Snow's aura was waning. Until now, he had yet to completely regain his breath. However, he stared at the battle unblinkingly. Divine abilities' secret arts that allow one to condense an avatar are extremely rare and precious. He actually grasped 4 of them at once, and he has cultivated all of them to the supreme realm of grand perfection, condensing 4 great avatars at once. Sword Lord Old Immortal had a similarly solemn expression. Remarkable ability, remarkable ability. One divine ability avatar is able to suppress the Sword Master Grandmaster, a cultivator at the 2nd level of primordial spirit transformation realm who wields the swords of Mount Shu lineage. Divine ability avatars will weaken the strength of the primordial spirit incarnation. Condensing too many divine ability avatars will even place a huge burden on the primordial spirit. Star Constellation, Sword Lord muttered. But looking at the appearance of this master of Xian Men, he seems to be extremely relaxed. Clearly, splitting these 4 avatars is still a piece of cake for him. It might not even affect the combat power of his primordial spirit incarnation. Sword Lord Solar Luminary let out a long sigh. If that's the case, how strong is his combat power? Such magic power can be said to be boundless. It was common to describe the strength of martial cultivators. They were said to have remarkable abilities and boundless magic power. But what kind of person could be said to have remarkable abilities and boundless magic power? At this moment, everyone present, including many Shushan sword cultivators, looked towards Lin Feng, a thought appearing in their minds. This was remarkable abilities and boundless magic power. Sword Lord Little Shang, who was once again forced back by the great Sun Emperor, had an extremely solemn expression. He roared, "I was originally prepared for this. Now it's time to strike." Formation. Chapter 485. Get into formation. Following Honorable Swordsman Xiao Shang's shout, Honorable Swordsman Li Meng, Honorable Swordsman Xiao Zhe, and Honorable Swordsman Guan Chong all retreated. Both Sword Venerable Reaching Sky and Sword Venerable Moonshine pinched their swords with solemn expressions and shouted in unison, "Go!" A sword cry rang out as 2 majestic sword lights soared into the sky. One was calm and steady, while the other was unpredictable. They actually forcefully blocked the attacks of the boundless Ocean Emperor and the Earth Emperor. Such strength was not something a first firmament essence soul sword cultivator should have. Everyone looked at each other. An old sword immortal said in a deep voice, "It's the Xiaoyang sword and the Tai Yin sword." At that moment, Sword Venerable Qingtian and Sword Venerable Moonshine revealed their essence spirit incarnations and placed their essence spirits completely on the 2 swords. They were 2 magical treasures, flying swords. They were majestic and powerful, as if endless sword intent was spreading out in all directions. They were not something that ordinary magical treasures could match. Everyone in the world knew that Shu Mountain had the immortal heaven sword, the most powerful killing treasure in the divine land. It was extremely powerful and could control the fate of Shu Mountain. It had been more than 4,000 years since the last war between the 2 worlds. Below the immortal heaven sword, Shu Mountain also had the 6 meridian immortal swords, which were controlled by the sword masters and grandmasters of the 6 meridian swords. They were also powerful magical treasures that were world famous. They had been refined by the descendants of the 6 meridian swords for tens of thousands of years and were constantly strengthened. Furthermore, they were worshipped by countless disciples of Shu Mountain. Any one of them had the power to split the sky and earth. And now, 2 of the 6 meridian celestial swords had appeared before their eyes. The Xiaoyang sword was the most precious treasure of Shu Mountain's Xiaoyang sword lineage. The sword was 10 feet long and the blade was 1 foot wide. The sword's body was simple and dignified, and it was oval like a pillar. There were no edges on either side of the sword, only a sharp tip. It symbolized a dignified and righteous aura, not using killing power to subdue others. It was perfect and flawless, and the benevolent were invincible. The Tyne sword was the inherited treasure of Mount Shu's Tyne sword branch. Only the hilt could be seen with the naked eye, and the blade could not be seen. Above the hilt floated layers of clouds and mist, making it hard to grasp. Amidst the clouds and mist, a bright sword light could be vaguely seen. It was like moonlight, waxing and waning, ever-changing. The sword master of Mount Shu's 6 meridians swords, venerated lunar swordsman, had already fallen. Venerated Shaoyang swordsmen stayed in Mount Shu and did not come out. There were only 4 6 meridians sword masters present. However, Sword Venerable Soaring Sky and Sword Venerable Moonshine brought the Shaoyang sword and the Moon Reflection sword with them. They did not use them before because it was too much of a burden for them to wield the 2 swords with their cultivation. But now it did not matter. The 2 of them had brought out their respective treasures from the sword lineage in order to cooperate with Honorable Swordsman Little Shang, and the other 3 to set up the Mount Shu sword sect's famous 6 meridians heavenly immortal sword formation. Honorable Swordsman Xiao Shang, Honorable Swordsman Xiao Zhe, Honorable Swordsman Li, Honorable Swordsman Guanchong, Honorable Swordsman Qing Tian, who controlled the Shaoyang sword, and Honorable Swordsman Ying Yu, who controlled the Tai Yin sword. The 6 of them formed a hexagon and stood at each corner, forming a formation. Instantly, a murderous aura filled the air, causing the space to tremble. 6 pillars of light shot into the sky, with Sword Venerable Little Shang and the others at the center. Each pillar of light contained an extreme sword Dao. The pillar of light with Honorable Swordsman Little Shang at the center was the thickest. Cold light flashed, shocking one's soul. The sword intent was the most ferocious and violent, as though it could destroy everything in the world. And in the pillar of light conjured by Honorable Swordsman Little Shang, countless spatial fragments resonated with each other. They were crystal clear, and the power of time was infused into them. Countless lights and shadows flashed. Honorable Swordsman Guan Chong stood silently in the void. The pillar of light around him was pure black, like a hard rock or iron. It was extremely dignified, like a heavenly pillar that supported the heavens. The pillar of light around Honorable Swordsman fiercely was the weakest. It was not even comparable to the first tier essence, soul, realm, Sword Venerable Soaring Sky, and Sword Venerable Moonshine. However, this seemingly weak pillar of light contained the fiercest murderous aura. It was the strongest of the 6 swords. Sword Venerable Soaring Sky had completely placed his primordial spirit on the Shaoyang sword. The Shaoyang sword floated calmly in the air, with its tip pointed upwards. The majestic and peaceful sword light was filled with the majestic aura of the Tao of Kings. It did not allow anyone to offend it. Sword Venerable Moonshine was the same as Sword Venerable Soaring Sky. He had also placed his primordial spirit on the Tyne sword. His was the most unique among the 6 swords. The other 5 swords were sword light, but his was still a cloud-like sword chi. It floated up into the sky like a cloud pillar. The 6 swords of Shushan gathered together, pushing their sword intent and spiritual power to the extreme. The terrifying sword intent combined and pierced through the void for thousands of miles. Even space was torn apart, and the cracks were dotted with stars, revealing the distant starry sea of the universe. What was even more terrifying was that the sword intent of the 6 pulse swords of Shushan was constantly fusing with each other, growing and stimulating each other. Just the fusion of the 2 swords had already increased their power to a terrifying level. Now that the six swords were resonating together, the sword intent and spiritual power were constantly rising at a geometrical speed. The six-pulse heavenly immortal sword formation of Shushan was a famous killing formation in the divine land. In the history of the human cultivation world, every time this formation was used, a primordial spirit expert would definitely fall to it. It had never failed. Old Sword Immortal looked at this shocking scene and sighed. The six-pulse heavenly immortal sword formation of Shushan is really terrifying. The Heavenly Sword Sect was second in the 9 Heavenly Sword League. They had been constantly developing and strengthening their strength, hoping to one day challenge the position of Shushan and ascend to the throne of the number 1 holy land of swordsmanship. However, this was destined to be a distant dream for a very long time. Sword Venerable Sunlight said in a deep voice, "They specially brought the Shaoyang sword and the Taiyin sword here to set up this sword formation. What will the master of the Taoist sect do?" The others all looked at Lin Feng, only to see Lin Feng watching with interest as the six-pulse heavenly immortal sword formation of Shushan took shape. He's actually not stopping the other party from setting up the formation? Isn't that a little too arrogant? Since Lin Feng did not move, Sword Venerable Little Shang, and the others naturally would not stand on ceremony. The spiritual power of the six surged together, and the six ultimate sword intents fused into one, forming a white chaotic whole. The white chaotic whole swirled with air currents, and an extremely terrifying power was being born from within. Ben Lazy smiled sadly. It's here. Heavenly, immortal, sword chi. It's finally here. This is the true terror of the six-pulse heavenly immortal sword formation. Although the six-pulse swords of Shushan each walked an extreme path, they actually came from the same source. They were the supreme swords of Shushan, the heavenly immortal sword chi. The six-pulse heavenly immortal sword formation's infamy had spread throughout the great heaven primordial world because when the formation was activated to its extreme, the six swords would become one, and the heavenly immortal sword chi could be unleashed. Finally, an extremely fine sword chi shot out from the white chaotic hole, heading straight for Lin Feng. The sword chi looked extremely weak, like a gentle breeze, but it was extremely terrifying. It contained a grand power that could pierce through the heavens and earth, and could evolve into thousands of swords. It was the ultimate sublimation of thousands of swords into one, and it was also the starting point and source of all swords in the world. It was both the starting point and the final destination. The moment this sword chi appeared, everyone present grunted, be it the second-tier primordial spirit realm cultivators, Old Sword Immortal, Sword Venerable Flying Snow, Celerita's Swordsman, or the first-tier primordial spirit realm cultivators, Sword Venerable Sun, Sword Venerable Constellation, or Ben Lazy. All of them trembled violently. It was as if the depths of their souls had been shaken, and they had a feeling of wanting to submit. That was the sword intent that they had attained Tao stirring. It was like the most primal instinct, like a rabbit seeing a lion or a mantis seeing an oriole. In the mortal world, between rulers and subjects, the ruler wanted the subject to die, and the subject had no choice but to die. And the source of all this was that seemingly weak, but in fact extremely terrifying sword chi. Heavenly, immortal sword chi. Once the heavenly, immortal sword appeared, all swords would submit. This sword was undoubtedly the Emperor of Swords in the great heaven primordial world. Once it appeared, all swords would return to their roots and fight to worship it. The Yuanying sword cultivator from the Songhai sword sect spat out a mouthful of blood. Yuanying was almost shaken out of his body. Old Sword Immortal and the other great sword cultivators at the primordial spirit realm had extremely ugly expressions. They could still resist the pressure from the heavenly immortal sword chi, but they also felt extremely uncomfortable, other than the discomfort of their primordial spirit dermic powers. They felt even more humiliated on a spiritual level. Why did most sword Dao sects more or less have the intention to resist Shu Mountain? Because to them, if they did not resist, they could only gradually become vassals of Shu Mountain. To these experts who had attained the primordial spirit realm, when faced with such an enemy, their first reaction would never be to submit. They would only think of ways to unite and destroy this opponent. But every time they truly faced the heavenly immortal sword Qi, they would all feel a deep sense of despair. And now, this terrifying heavenly immortal sword Qi was cleaving down on Lin Feng's head. The concept of power contained in the sword Qi was extremely pure and simple. It wanted to pierce through all obstacles in front of it. All obstructions were futile. Sword Venerable Little Shang, Sword Venerable Shaozi, Sword Venerable Guanchong, Sword Venerable Li Xiong, Sword Venerable Towering Sky, and Sword Venerable Moon Reflection. The 6 great sword cultivators shouted in unison, "All swords in the world come out of Shu Mountain. Master of the Mystic Gate, take our heavenly immortal sword Qi." Back in the cloudy forest realm, Lin Feng did not take the heavenly immortal sword Qi head-on when facing the Shu Mountain sword sect leader Exan Longxing's heavenly immortal sword Qi. Facing this heaven primordial first sword again, Lin Feng's lips suddenly curled into a smile. If it was Exan Longxing, it might be possible. You guys can't do it. Lin Feng's main body finally moved. With a light clap of his palms, the sky-bearing Emperor of Earth, the Boundless Ocean Emperor, the Great Sun Emperor, and the Time-Light Emperor of Wind, the 4 huge avatars of over 600 zhang tall, shattered at the same time. Endless, surging earth, water, fire, and wind churned the entire void into a chaotic mess. But this time, Lin Feng did not allow the 4 images to go berserk. Instead, he used his own dermic powers to stabilize the 4 images. The earth, water, fire, and wind returned to their original positions and became balanced again. In the void turbulence, something that looked like a bubble appeared. Lin Feng stretched out his finger and tapped the bubble lightly. The bubble instantly burst, and 2 streams of air, one clear and one turbid, rushed out. An incomparably powerful force flowed out from it. That was the origin of the world, the beginning of a place's creation. It was a powerful force that could split the heavens and earth apart. Lin Feng smiled faintly. Primordial heaven splitting technique. The majestic force that split the heavens and earth apart met the heavenly immortal sword Qi of Shu Mountain's 6-meridian heavenly immortal sword formation. Chapter 486. With a flick of Lin Feng's finger, the bubble burst. 2 streams of air, one clear and one turbid, rushed out, and a powerful intent of splitting the heavens and earth manifested. The turbid air sank, settling and condensing, solidifying into a physical form. It transformed into the earth, then into mountains and rivers. The clear air rose, vast and mysterious. It transformed into the sky, then into the stars, the sun, and the moon. The immense power that rearranged the earth, water, fire, and wind, and separated the heavens and earth, directly suppressed the heavenly immortal sword Qi that Sword Venerable Little Shang and the others had unleashed through the 6-meridian immortal heaven sword formation. The Tai Chi diagram on Lin Feng's forehead spun continuously, and his spiritual power surged, transforming into an almost unstoppable attack. It was like the tide of time, crushing and drowning all opponents who dared to try and stop a chariot. At this moment, even the mysterious heavenly immortal sword Qi had met an opponent that it could not penetrate. It was as if it was being suppressed by a world, and it was being pushed back. Sword Venerable Little Shang and the others were furious, but there was nothing they could do. The unstoppable power of the heavenly immortal sword Qi was all crushing down on the 6 of them. The majestic intent of splitting the heavens and earth instantly made them suffer unspeakably. Sword Venerable Little Shang, Sword Venerable Shaozi, and Sword Venerable Li Xiong were fine, but Sword Venerable Guanchong, who had yet to recover, and Sword Venerable Sky Raising Sword, and Sword Venerable Moon Reflecting Sword were in big trouble. The primordial spirits of Sword Venerable Sky Raising Sword and Sword Venerable Moon Reflecting Sword were directly separated from the Shaoyang Sword and Taiyin Sword. Their primordial spirits were extremely weak, and they were completely relying on the two immortal swords to continue supporting the sword formation. Sword Venerable Guanchong had no choice but to manifest his void, return Dharma body to support the sword formation. Void, return Dharma bodies were extremely precious. Although they were powerful, once they were damaged, it would cause great harm to the primordial spirit cultivator, and it was extremely difficult to repair. But Sword Venerable Guanchong could not care so much at this moment, because the pressure on them from Lin Feng's primordial heaven opening technique was increasing. The power of the world created by the clear, and the other turbid had already pressed down on the white hole above the 6 meridian immortal heaven sword formation. The other primordial spirit experts of the Shushan sword sect, who had come along, were watching the terrifying battle from afar. They were all shaken. They had not expected the 6 meridian immortal heavenly sword formation to be suppressed by Lin Feng. In the entire Mount Shu sword sect, other than the Great Mountain Guarding Formation and the Great Immortal Manifestation Sword Formation, the 6 Meridian Heavenly Immortal Sword Formation was the strongest killing formation. In the entire Heaven Primal world, it was also one of the few fearsome formations, but now it was about to be defeated. Swordsman Reaching Sky and Swordsman Mirror Moon were all seriously injured, Swordsman Guanchong, and the other 3 could only hold on bitterly. The dignified Shushan sword sect, with so many experts, was beaten to this point by one person alone, Sword Venerable Broken Mountain Ninglang, who had narrowly escaped death and was now severely injured and weak, looked at Lin Feng in a daze. I actually provoked such a person time and time again. When Old Immortal Sword, Sword Reverend Flying Snow, Sword Reverend Sunlight, and the others saw this, they could not help but feel a chill down their spines. Mount Shu had come prepared this time. With a large army, it was almost as if they wanted to crush all the participants of this gathering with the strength of a single sect. But now it was Lin Feng who had crushed all the Mount Shu cultivators present with his strength alone, one-on-one ganging up on him, and finally forming a large formation to gang up on him. But it was all in vain. Against Lin Feng, who could take on a large formation with his bare hands, Mount Shu could only swallow the bitter pill of defeat. Seeing Lin Feng single-handedly suppress the 6 meridian heavenly immortal sword formation formed by the 6 experts of Mount Shu, Old Immortal Sword, and the others were in awe. 3rd tier primordial spirit transformation realm. Other than that, there is no other possibility. Ben, lazy, turned to look at Old Immortal Sword. The master of the Mystic Gate is definitely an expert no weaker than the Great Voids, Yen Nanlai, and Mount Shu's Xian Longshen. Slowly, Old Immortal Sword nodded. Previously, when the Heavenly Sword Sect contacted the Thunderbolt Sword Sect, they had made many guesses about Lin Feng's cultivation. Initially, they thought that they had overestimated Lin Feng, who knew that in the end, they had still underestimated him. Sword Reverend Flying Snow and Sword Reverend Sunlight exchanged glances. Everything that has happened today must be reported to His Majesty, the Emperor of Qin. Everything that has happened in the past about Xianmen Tianzong must be reevaluated. That's right. The comparison of strength between Xianmen Tianzong and Mount Shu Sword Sect must be adjusted, not to mention his mountain sect and the many monstrous disciples under him. Just the existence of the Master of the Mystic Gate alone is enough to make Xianmen Tianzong a top force that can fight against Mount Shu. Compared to the others who were overthinking things, Venerable Streamlight only felt his mind go blank. He was an extremely proud person. Because of the conflict between Xiao Yan and Morong Yanran, the Streamlight Sword sect had lost a lot of face. Therefore, he had always hoped to have a battle with Lin Feng. Originally, he thought that he had kept a trump card. After breaking through to the second tier of the primordial spirit transformation realm and reaching the void return realm, he would be able to redeem himself. But now, it seemed like all of this was a joke. Such a huge difference made even Venerable Streamlight dazed for a moment. After a while, he came to his senses, laughed bitterly, and shook his head repeatedly. The thoughts of the people around him were undulating as their imaginations ran wild. Meanwhile, the 6 great sword cultivators of Mount Shu, within the 6 Meridian Immortal Heaven Sword Formation, were almost at the brink of life and death. After Venerable Guan Chong manifested his void, return, realm dermic body, his entire body was trembling. At this moment, under the immense pressure, his void return realm dermic body was directly crushed. For a second-tier primordial spirit transformation realm cultivator, the void return realm dermic body was the foundation of achieving Tao, and now Venerable Guanchong's void return realm dermic body was directly crushed under the pressure of Lin Feng's primordial heaven opening technique. Thousands of years of hard work had been destroyed in an instant. With the void return realm dermic body shattered, the cultivation level of a second-tier primordial spirit transformation realm cultivator would directly fall back to the first-tier primordial spirit transformation realm. Of the 6 Meridian Immortal Heaven Sword Formation, Guanchong's Sword Formation Master, Venerable Guanchong, had been instantly beaten back to the primordial spirit transformation realm by Lin Feng. And this was just the beginning. Very soon, Venerable Xiao Shang and the others were also forced to reveal their void return realm dermic bodies. The 6 Meridian Immortal Heaven Sword Formation was in imminent danger. At this moment, a crack suddenly appeared in the void. A huge giant with white light flashing all over his body stepped out from within. The giant had the appearance of a middle-aged man. His face was fair and clean, and his facial features were ordinary. However, his vast sword made everyone look at him. This was a powerful concept that was not inferior to Lin Feng's primordial heaven opening technique. It was as if the heavens and earth had yet to be created, born from the primordial chaos. This sword would cleave the primordial chaos apart and create a new world. This was the concept possessed by the true immortal heaven sword chi. Venerable Xiao Shang and the others had not truly cultivated the immortal heaven sword chi and had only barely activated it through the combined power of the 6 meridians. At this moment, the white giant's energy waves were not as powerful as the 6 meridian immortal heaven sword formation, but it had truly grasped the essence of the immortal heaven sword chi. Venerable Sun Luminary took a deep breath. Its Xian Longxing's thaumaturgy body, the immortal heaven sword sovereign. The white giant's facial features and appearance were none other than the current sect master of the Shu Mountain Sword Sect, a third-tier primordial spirit transformation cultivator, Xian Longxing. Just like how Lin Feng had used his great sun god fist and other thaumaturgy bodies to form the grand sun flame monarch, the one that had arrived was also one of Xian Longxing's thaumaturgy bodies. It was the immortal heaven sword sovereign formed from immortal heaven sword chi. The immortal heaven sword sovereign didn't say anything. His figure flashed and directly entered the white hole created by the 6 meridian immortal heaven sword formation. The power of the white hole suddenly surged. A majestic immortal heaven sword sovereign shot out and resisted the power of Lin Feng's primordial heaven opening art. It was no longer a weak sword energy like a gentle breeze, but a majestic stream of stars. At this moment, the immortal heaven sword sovereign revealed its ferocious and domineering nature. The white hole created by the sword formation was unable to exert its full power. But now, with the immortal Heaven Sword Sovereign leading it, it immediately became ferocious and murderous. It met attack with attack and blocked Lin Feng's primordial heaven opening art. Old Sword Immortal and the others became nervous, even though it was only a thaumaturgy body, and not his real body. Exian Longshan still exerted great pressure on them. The sect master of Shu Mountain, a third-tier primordial spirit transformation cultivator, the #1 sword Dao in the heaven primordial spirit transformation realm. Lin Feng looked at this scene, but he did not panic. Instead, he smiled slightly. Shushan Sword Dao lives up to its name. It's just a pity all the swords in the world come from Shu Mountain, but my sword is beyond the heavens. Lin Feng silently raised his right hand. His index and middle fingers formed a sword and pointed at the sky. A terrifying sword intent capable of destroying the world emerged. If there was life in the void, this sword would exterminate it. If there was life in the stars, this sword would exterminate it. If there was life in the earth, this sword would exterminate it. It wasn't targeted at a single living entity, but rather the entire grand Tao of heaven and earth, the world of creation, to be annihilated. It was different from Shu Mountain Sword Tao or any other killing sword in this world. It was a sword that could punish the heavens, a sword that could destroy the world. In Lin Feng's Sea of Knowledge, the heavenly virtue scripture visualized a good fortune bell. Its form rapidly changed, going through the life creation gate, the river of time, and the book of destruction. After the book of destruction, it reached its end and turned into nothingness. At this time, there was no need for the life creation gate, no need for the river of time, and no need for the book of destruction. All that was needed was destruction, extermination, to kill everything, to destroy everything into nothingness. The most terrifying power to destroy everything, to turn everything into nothingness, to cease to exist, to not leave a single trace. At the fingertips of Lin Feng's right hand, 2 streams of mana, one black and one white, continuously revolved, transforming into a yin and yang yin tai chi pattern. At the center of the tai chi pattern, a gray sword tip slowly rose up from within, bringing with it a power that made the world tremble. This is the sword intent that Lin Feng comprehended from that peerless, ominous sword. After fusing it with his own cultivation level and understanding of the Tao, this is a form of sword Tao that Lin Feng has mastered and mastered. Today is the first time it has appeared in the heaven primal world. What it challenges is the original #1 sword Tao ability of the heaven primal world. This sword of mine is called the heaven punishing sword Qi. Please enlighten me, fellow Taoist Exian Longshan. Lin Feng's tone was calm. His fingers moved, and a gray sword Qi shot towards the white hole formed by the 6 meridians immortal heaven sword formation. Your name is Immortal Heaven. My name is Heaven Punishing Sword. The gray sword Qi was extremely terrifying. Everywhere it passed, space was reduced to nothingness, no longer existing. The white hole let out an earth-shattering howl, and a violent immortal heaven sword Qi shot out from it. Like an enraged king, it did not retreat, and faced the challenge of the heaven-punishing sword Qi head-on.